Welcome to the 8th Annual Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network Conference, the first event in this series, which we will conduct in a hybrid, face-to-face and online format. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Galiya Ismakova. I am Principal Procurement Specialist with the Asian Development Bank. I lead the team that organizes the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Network Conferences annually. It is my great pleasure to see all of you in person today for this conference, and I will be your master of ceremonies for the opening program. To formally open the conference, we have two important guests with special messages. First, we are honored to have Mr. Bruce Gosper, the Vice President for Administration and Corporate Management of the Asian Development Bank. Mr. Gosper is responsible for the overall management of the operations of Budget, People and Management System Department, Corporate Services Department, Office of General Counsel, IT Department, Office of Secretary, and last but not the least, the department for which I work, Procurement, Portfolio and Financial Management Department. Without further ado, I would like to call on Mr. Gosper to share a few words with us.
Well, good morning, colleagues, and a warm welcome to the 8th Annual Conference of the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network. So I'm delighted to be joined today by the Honourable Lee Jong-wook, Administrator, Public Procurement Service, the Republic of Korea, which has been a partner and generous supporter of the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network. We're also joined by friends and colleagues from the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the UN, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, APPeN Contracting Partnership, most importantly, distinguished procurement professionals and procurement practitioners from the Asia-Pacific region, ladies and gentlemen. As we transition away from the restrictions of the pandemic, we are glad to welcome back the delegates from Asia and the Pacific in a face-to-face meeting. The pandemic was a catalyst for change in many areas, including the ways we do business and connect to each other. Leveraging on the benefits of increased interconnectivity, we are also opening the proceedings of this conference to the participants who are joining us virtually. In the hybrid setting of the two-day event, we would be connecting to colleagues from the Americas, Europe, Africa, and of course, Asia and the Pacific. Through our Strategy 2030, which aims to achieve a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable region, we support all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, mobilising finance across public and private sectors, supporting knowledge, capacity building, and dialogue related to the SDGs and partnerships. ADB Procurement Guidance Note on Sustainable Procurement, published late last year, defines sustainable public procurement as a strategic approach that promotes the integration of the pillars of sustainable development, economic, social, and environmental, built on a foundation of quality institutional governance. The increasingly frequent and deepening impact of climate change on all of us is a reminder of the importance and the urgency of sustainable development. Public procurement has an important role to play in achieving the SDGs and has the potential to contribute to all 17 SDGs. The most obvious being SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production Target. Quote, encourage companies, especially large transnational companies, to adopt sustainable practices and to integrate sustainability information into their reporting cycle. And also target 12.7, quote, promote public procurement practices that are sustainable in accordance with national policies and priorities. Public procurement can accelerate progress towards these targets through market shaping. Measuring the achievement of the SDGs requires a data-driven approach. This is best addressed through systematic, proactive and intelligent collection and use of procurement data. ADB's EGP framework is aligned with ADB's Strategy 2030 and its commitment to sustainable procurement. The framework underscores major transformation in public procurement process taking place across the region. 2/3 of ADB borrowers now use electronic government procurement, with ADB as a partner in this journey over the last 20 years. We aim to continue supporting our developing country members as they move from manual, rule-based systems to those designed leveraging technology that achieves greater value for money and contributes directly to sustainable development outcomes. The case studies and knowledge exchange sessions will highlight the value of using EGP in achieving efficiency, improving performance outcomes, and increasing transparency and accountability. ADB continues to support its developing member countries' EGP initiatives, especially in strengthening borrowers' capacity and building resilience into procurement processes. Recognising that there is no one-size-fits-all solutions, there is significant value in promoting dialogue and collaboration between ADB developing member countries aimed at sharing lessons and improving public procurement functions. Finally, I take this opportunity to thank the Public Procurement Service of the Republic of Korea, our key partner in setting up and strengthening the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network, for its continued support and contribution. I wish you all for a very fruitful and lively two-day conference. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the next 2 days.
Thank you, Bruce, for inspiring comments and summarizing ADB's commitment to sustainable development goal and development of public procurement systems. Next, we are excited to have Honorable Mr. Lee Jung-wook, the Administrator, Public Procurement Service, Republic of Korea. May I now call on Mr. Lee for his keynote address.
Good morning. I'm Jung-wook Lee, Administrator of the Public Procurement Service of the Republic of Korea. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Mr. Bruce Gosper, Vice President of the Asian Development Bank, for delivering insightful opening remarks. I would also extend my deep gratitude to the ADB for holding the 8th Conference of the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network, and all the delegates for taking their precious time to attend this meaningful event. Distinguished guests, the 8th conference has become the first in-person meeting after the outbreak of COVID-19, where public procurement experts can actively share their experiences and learn together. Hopefully next year, more of us could meet with each other in person at this conference after getting out of the pandemic. Our e-procurement network was launched here in 2015. Even amid the pandemic, this conference has firmly remained as a regional flagship platform where innovative practices are shared and impending procurement issues caused by COVID-19 are intensely discussed. At the 8th conference, top-notch procurement experts will thoroughly delve into timely and relevant subjects, such as public procurement policies for sustainable development and post-pandemic e-procurement practices. In this regard, I would like to introduce 2 latest trends in Korea's public procurement policies to facilitate the discussion, which are strategic public procurement and a complete upgrade of its e-procurement system. The Korean government has been pushing ahead with strategic public procurement. As you all know, unlike conventional procurement, strategic procurement makes the most use of government purchasing power as a new policy tool, which amounts to 10 through 20% of each nation's GDP on average. In other words, in addition to attaining conventional goals of public procurement, such as efficiency, transparency, and timeliness, additional values in line with the policy goals are also pursued with the initiative. Such policy goals could include economic values, such as technological development, economic growth, and innovation. They could also embrace social values, including poverty reduction, gender equality, and job creation. Besides, environmental values such as recycling and environmental protection could be part of the goals. The three mentioned values could also be integrated into a single policy goal. Depending on types of policy goals, strategic public procurement are separately named as, for example, sustainable procurement, public procurement of innovation, green procurement, or inclusive procurement. As implied in these names, strategic procurement has been conducted in many countries since the 2000s, in line with the global policy issues, such as SDGs and joint response to climate change, which have been profoundly discussed at major international organizations, including the UN. This proves that public procurement is one of the most powerful and relevant tools to meet the needs of our time. Further, advanced economies, including in the EU, have actively implemented strategic public procurement in their own context. In particular, strategic procurement has gained more traction on a path to build back stronger from COVID-19, where social and environmental sustainability is increasingly encouraged. In accordance with the global trend, recently, attention to strategic public procurement has been on the rise in Korea. However, Korea is not actually new to the initiative. The Korean government has so far operated various supportive regimes for green products and the ones supplied by SMEs, female-owned or the disabled enterprises using government purchasing power. The support comes in the form of negotiated contracting, working for the vulnerable groups, mandatory purchase quotas, and prioritized purchase of their products. Plus, the Korean government purchases innovative prototype as a first buyer in order to encourage technological innovation, mostly among startups and ventures. And 96 types of bonus points are used in bid evaluation for support for the vulnerable groups, job creation, environmental protection, and other socio-economic and green considerations. These measures, however, have been so far taken fragmentedly, so the new Korean administration has been improving them into seamless strategic public procurement to make more comprehensive and systemic use of government purchasing power in line with the policy priorities. Although Korea is halfway through the journey, I would like to share with you what is learned on the path to strategic procurement. First, a strong driving force is critical to create broad change both socially and economically and coordinate diverse interests. The driving force needs to come from decision makers with the highest level governing authority. Second, it's important to prioritize diverse policy goals in each nation's context. Maximization of policy effects from limited resources requires the right choice and focus strategy. Prioritizing all policies equally is the same as doing nothing. The priorities should be regularly reviewed and flexibly redeployed, depending on social and economic circumstances. Third, communicating with the markets and listening to opinions of market players would help strategic procurement to pay off. While the government should give clear signal of its policy directions to markets, it should not cause any distortion or too much burden to markets. Figuring out where ESG is in the private sector is also of importance. Finally, systems for analyzing and assessing policy effects of strategic procurement need to be developed. Unlike economic effects, social and environmental effects are not easily quantified. That is where quantified analysis tools step in to ensure strategic procurement based on ample sets of procurement statistics. Although these four elements are pertinent to the Korean context, I'm certain that the findings still have policy implications for other members that are considering the introduction of strategic public procurement. As for the progress in Korea, I will share it with you with more details on the next possible occasion of gathering. Distinguished public procurement leaders, amid the pandemic, we have been faced with the digital transformation, characteristic of widespread remote interactions, as shown in the work-at-home trend, and mushrooming of online platforms. The pandemic-fueled changes have greatly affected the way government and business work. Accordingly, e-procurement has drawn growing attention. The Korea Online e-procurement system, KONEPS, launched in 2002, shifted entire processes of public procurement from analog to digital, thereby drastically enhancing transparency, fairness, and efficiency in public procurement. In addition, while COVID-19 was rampant, KONEPS kept the procurement administration going uninterrupted through remote means, thereby ensuring safe and effective execution of government budget. Currently, to set up a new public procurement paradigm, the Korean government has pushed ahead with the next generation KONEPS project, which is worth as much as 100 billion Korean won. The next generating KONEPS, aimed to be launched in 2024, is an entirely new version of the existing KONEPS. The new KONEPS will provide users with more intelligent procurement services, innovating complex processes with cutting-edge technologies such as AI and big data. More specifically, hundreds of thousands of bid notices made annually will be automatically issued. The curation service will be recommended tailor-made procurement products to users through data analysis. Advanced chatbot features will help users with the best solutions to their needs. Further, procurement data collected at the Procurement Data Hub will go through big data analysis in order to support the procurement officials to make science-based decisions. Cloud computing will ensure rapid and uninterrupted services without system errors. Lastly, about 20 different procurement systems nationwide will be integrated into the new KONEPS as a single window. Distinguished procurement leaders, as I mentioned earlier, strategic use of public procurement has been increasingly important after the COVID-19 outbreak. The Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network, as the sole of its kind in the region, is tasked with achieving permanent breakthroughs in public procurement. Hopefully, constructive insights on and viable solutions to our task will be shared at this conference so that the findings will make tangible contribution to public procurement in the region. Once again, I would express my sincere gratitude to the participants who came all the way to the event and the offline participants who graced this gathering despite the time gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. It is inspiring to learn from Korea's example in implementing strategic public procurement. This initiative is championing achievement of the multiple sustainable development goals, and we are eagerly anticipating the development of new CONAPS platform. While previous CONAPS platform launched in 2002 gained worldwide recognition for the achievement of efficiency, transparency, and interoperability with other e-government services in Korea, it is exciting to see automatic posting of notices, use of big data and chatbots, and achievement of interoperability with other 20 different e-procurement systems in Korea. And we are grateful for continued cooperation and contributions at Public Procurement Service, Republic of Korea, to the strengthening of the Asia-Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network. Thank you for insightful keynote address. This concludes our official opening, and I suggest that we all go to the courtyard and take a group picture. Thank you. Welcome back. Before we start our first session, we would like to share a few suggestions and guidelines to ensure that, okay, you know, we are in ADB, so we need to have guidelines. To ensure that we deliver maximum value in return for your time invested in this conference. First, this is a two-day event. So if you decided that the shopping is good in Manila and you can skip the next day, please don't. We have about 100 delegates physically present in the conference hall and about hundreds more joining online through Zoom, or at least they said they will join. All times that are listed in the agenda are Manila local time. So if you are still in your local time and you haven't moved your watches, please do so. There will be a total of 12 sessions. Some will be long and some will be very short. I promise you, I will deliver one of the shortest one tomorrow. Some of our resource persons, moderators, and panelists are joining us here in Manila, and we are very, very pleased to see them here. Some others will be joining us remotely from different parts of the world. For some of them, it might be the middle of the night or very early in the morning. Some of them decided that it will be too early in the morning or very late for them, so that they are sending us pre-recorded messages. We have made some arrangements with them how you can still ask them questions. We are grateful for their dedication and commitment to knowledge sharing, and we tested video connections prior to the event. However, there might be unexpected technical glitches, which we hopefully would not experience. But if we do, I appreciate your kind understanding in advance. For those of you who are joining virtually, we ask that everyone please change your Zoom names to first name and last name, followed by their company or affiliation. Please do not put Elon Musk Twitter, so that our speakers and moderators will know how to address you when you submit questions or comments in the chat. We will be putting everyone's audio, for those who are joining online, on mute to avoid distraction and audio feedback during our presentations. You will, however, be able to interact with the speakers and moderators by clicking on the Q&A button found on the bottom of your screen and submitting your questions. If you're asking your questions in the chat, they might be lost. Please ask your questions at any point during presentations and discussions, and we will do our best to address them all. Finally, we will be having some poll questions during the sessions, and we will ask you for your full participation so that our moderators and speakers can tailor their content and presentation to your needs as much as possible. Again, because this is a hybrid event, we might have some problems actually having polls in Zoom while you here are not in Zoom. But every one of you hopefully has the mobile devices, some kind of phones, etc. So we might be using Menti. Okay, with this guidance in mind, we are confident you will enjoy a seamless, interactive, insightful, and value-added conference. Let's start with our first session. Allow me to introduce the moderator of the first session, Ms. Sarah Codgriff. She's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. She's also a director of Global Trade Consultancy. Ms. Codgriff worked in a variety of settings. She worked for governments and private sector. She looks very tough. She worked for at least 2 defense ministries, as far as I know. She also worked for Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, so she has diplomatic skills. She did work for ADB as well. So she brings to this conference wealth of experience from over 30 years of procurement transformation in multiple countries in Europe, Asia, and the Pacific across public and private sector. So I welcome Sarah here to the stage, and she will introduce other speakers and panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalia. It's my great pleasure to be here today with Your Excellencies, distinguished guests and panel members. So welcome to the first session of the 8th APPeN conference, and I'd like to thank VP Bruce Gosper of ADB for his welcome, and the Honourable Mr. Lee Jong-wook of Public Procurement Service of Korea for his inspiring address, and it's been very interesting. I would first of all like to introduce you to our panel members. So could I please invite Mr. Rustam Kayumov to the stage. I had to practice his name because I only ever call him Rustam, so sorry about that. And we also have joining us by Zoom, we have Ms. Lindsay Marchessault, who is the Director of Data Engagement at the Open Contracting Partnership. She's been there since 2015, and she'll be presenting on data-driven approach to accelerating sustainable procurement agenda. Sorry, I didn't actually introduce Rustam. So Rustam, if you don't know him already, is a director at ADB. And I'm sure lots of you have met him before. And he's also an engineer, is that correct, Rustam? Yes. And we also have a presentation which has been pre-recorded from Dr. Carsten Hansen, who is the Chief of Global Procurement Services at the United Nations Development Programme. And he supports 173 business units and external partners worldwide. And he's also a visiting research fellow of the School of Management for Strategic Procurement and Supply Management at Cranfield University in the UK. And he's going to be presenting on sustainably weighted procurement portfolio. So I'm sure you've been very interested to hear how Korea has been using seamless strategic public procurement to make the right choice. And they have 96 types of bonus points to allow them to select different sustainable options within their bid evaluation for their socio-economic economic policies. And I think they've been concentrating on inclusive job creation, particularly for vulnerable groups, suppliers from the disabled. And they're also looking to use their systems to build back better from COVID-19. And I'm sure all of you in the room have government policies which are hoping to stimulate your economic development since COVID-19. Now, as VP Gosper mentioned, ADB supports its members with digital transformation and e-procurement initiatives, especially in the area of strengthening borrowers' capacity and building resilience into the procurement process. So e-procurement has been around for a long time. I remember first using e-procurement in 1996, and this was in the UK, and I was running auctions online for a company called General Electric. And the papers wrote some very nasty things saying that we don't want any of these American techniques to be used in the UK, and just reducing price. We're not looking at wider value that the suppliers could bring into a procurement. So things have moved on since then, and it's really good to see that so many countries are now using sustainable procurement policy to support different suppliers and vulnerable groups within their countries. And I've seen quite a few systems just recently which allow you to select the best offers or catalogue items based on ticking a box in your system. So I believe that Korea has this. I've just been talking to some delegates from Malaysia who are going to do that. Now, just a quick run through. What we're going to do is we're going to have two presentations. We're going to start with Dr. Carsten Hansen's presentation, and then we will ask Lindsay to make her presentation, and then Rustam will make some remarks, and then we'll be having a panel session so that you'll be able to ask questions. And as Scalia mentioned, you can either put your messages into the Q&A chat if you're on Zoom, or you can ask questions in the room, and I believe we may have some microphones for questions. So if at all possible, we'd like to play the first presentation, please.
Three, two, one. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carsten Hansen, and it's a pleasure to join the 8th Annual EGP Conference by the Asian Development Bank. I'm joining you today to speak on accelerating sustainable development through the role of procurement services. I'm the Chief of Global Procurement Services for the UNDP, the United Nations Development Programme, but also the co-chair of the Interagency Working Group on Sustainable Procurement in the UN. So today I'd like to talk about the Waking the Giant implementation model. How are we approaching sustainability integration in UNDP? And speak towards some of the models and automation solutions that we've developed to help accelerate that integration. One of them is the ESG weighted procurement portfolio model, and another one is the sustainable procurement criteria selection tool. We'll talk a bit about circular procurement practices, and we'll finalize with some lessons learned that I would like to share to support your integration journey as well. Talking about leveraging public procurement expenditure, I just wanted to reflect a bit on the fact that public procurement expenditure globally is estimated at around 10 to 12 trillion US dollars a year. In the Eurozone alone, we are spending 2 trillion euros, and in the US and in China, it's more than $500 billion a year. So this is an enormous amount of money, which can be leveraged positively to support the sustainable development goals and national development objectives. Of course, we've also been following the COP26 and recently 27, and we've seen how these new net zero emission targets and pledges have come from various governments around the world. There's a sense of urgency now that something needs to be done to address climate change issues. So sustainable procurement practices is now really a requirement for public procurement to be truly fit for purpose, to be truly aligned with the national development objectives of most countries. So it really is time to wake what we call the trillion-dollar giant. Now, the work that we do on sustainable public procurement is really linked directly to the Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically SDG Target 12.7, which highlights the global commitment to further promoting public procurement practices that are sustainable in accordance with national policies and priorities. So this goes directly back to the SDG agenda and specifically SDG Target 12.7. But where do you start? Where do you start with a very wide public procurement portfolio? Where do you start with your sustainability integration? And I just wanted to share our journey in this space because it is a journey. We are finding our way through new requirements, evolving issues and challenges, and we're finding solutions that we would like to also share with you today to see if it's something that you can apply in the context of your work. I think the first starting point was really what we call the Waking the Giant initiative. The Waking the Giant initiative was a review, frankly, of what are the key barriers and constraints in terms of implementing sustainable public procurement. Because I was wondering, why is it so difficult? In the work that I have the most clearest mandate in the world. I work with the United Nations, and our staff are motivated to meet humanitarian bottom line objectives. They're motivated to support the SDG agenda. So why is it so difficult, even for us? Then we looked at, well, once we developed a model, what are the opportunities for automating? automating many of these decision processes, and how can we make it more accessible to our practitioners so we can achieve impact. The first model that we developed was the ESG weighted procurement portfolio model, which really allows practitioners and public procurement managers to review their portfolio and identify where do they have the biggest sustainability exposure and where can they get the most return of investment of their sustainability strategies. The second tool we developed was the Sustainable Procurement Criteria Selection tool, which was really an automation of the integration itself into public procurement templates. But let me first start with the Waking the Trillion Dollar Giant analysis we did. So very often the conversation around sustainability integration is focused on the legislative framework. We talk about policies, policy frameworks for implementation. And yes, it's the starting point, of course, of any public procurement engagement with sustainability, but it's not enough. There are other aspects and dimensions which are equally important in order to have an effective integration. One of them is organizational buy-in, making sure that there's consultation with all the different stakeholders in a public procurement process. The end user, the requisitioners, the buyers themselves, the executive teams. Different conversations need to be taken with the CFOs of organization and department versus the practitioners. It's immensely important that we find ways of facilitating this organizational change process and really embedding sustainability targets into the way that we operate. Even staff level performance requirements on an annual basis, integrate sustainability there. Make sure that it's communicated that the organization wants to take this agenda forward. Another dimension which is critical to understand is that sustainability integration really is category specific. Each category represents its own universe of sustainability requirements and issues, and it's very difficult to implement sustainability across the board. It really needs to be category specific, and there's a vast amount of expertise and guidance required in each of these categories, and therefore we need to support the practitioners in developing capacity and tools, automation tools, so that they can actually integrate these practices effectively. Lastly, supply market readiness. We need to make sure that our practices are aligned with the supply market. Where we can, we want to leverage our position on the market to push the supply market in moving forward on sustainability requirements, which are aligned with our objectives. Other times, we need to also make sure that we give the supply market time and space to evolve and mature so they can actually deliver against our requirements. So coming from this model, the next step was, okay, we now understand that we cannot be everywhere. We need a focus. We need to identify which categories matter the most and what of our capacities in place. So we developed what we call the ESG, or Sustainability Weighted Procurement Portfolio Model, which really allows you to identify and visualize organization-specific ESG procurement portfolio exposure. It helps you allow to identify what are the categories in your portfolio that represents the biggest spend and the biggest sustainability risk or opportunity. This allows you in turn to focus and prioritize and develop those specific guidelines and automation tools that help you to take that forward in your organization. I just wanted to quickly recap on what do we mean about sustainability. So in our world, we look at sustainability across 11 indicators, which are social responsibility, environmental responsibility, governance, and economic aspects. Environmental risk indicators include pollution, hazardous products specifically, but also pollution that relates to climate change. So this is important when you look at emissions and meeting emissions target, using our tool to identify what are the categories that has the biggest emission footprint. Where can I start? Where can I get the low-hanging fruits in terms of addressing those? We also look at resource use, which is critical when we discuss circularity and building loops of resource loops in your procurement. And of course, finally, biodiversity and natural habitats. What are the impact of the way we procure and buy, and what are the expectations to suppliers in terms of preserving biodiversity? We also include social responsibility risk indicators around human rights, forced labor, child labor, but also gender issues. We look into health and well-being associated with products that we buy, and SME participation and support. This is a big part of any national procurement agenda on how to support their own SME base. Finally, we look at governance risks, mainly on corruption risk and fraud risks. So we know that certain categories or sectors or industries are more prone to poor governance. And here we factor that risk in so we can address it when it comes up. Now, with that information and using those sustainability risk indicators, we have rated each category in our procurement portfolio according to those sustainability risks. And we matrix that with the organizational spend data that we have. This allows us to identify 4 main segments of our procurement portfolio from a sustainability perspective. Those which are low risk, low impact, low risk, high impact, high risk, low impact, and high risk, high impact. This helps us develop strategies. If our categories fall in the high risk, high impact category, this is where we want to focus. It also helps us to identify how can we go to market, how can we do supplier engagement through these considerations as well. So if it's a low risk, low impact product we are buying, we may not have a lot of leverage and we just wish to follow market standards. But if it's a high risk, high impact product, we want to be part of innovation. We want to be part of a transformation process. If it's low risk but high impact, we even want to set new standards to push the market towards sustainability. So this is a good way of looking at your portfolio and identifying ways of engaging with your supply market as well. The way our tool is set up allows you to, in a very dynamic way, to slice and dice it, as we say. So you can look specifically on environmental issues or emissions issues or forced labor issues or gender issues, depending on what your thematic focus might want to be as well. And of course, the methodology around it is a full value chain analysis. So we look at categories from the point of raw materials development, material production, manufacturing, packaging, transportation, retail, use, and disposal. And we rate each of these categories from 1 to 4 based on the combination of likelihood that a certain sustainability risk may materialize, combined with the consequences or the materiality of that risk event to your organization. We put that into a database, and we then allow practitioners to access that database, insert their spend data, and get a visualization of what their procurement portfolio looks like from using a sustainability lens, and identify what are the key risk categories that yield the biggest return of investment. Where should they start? Where are the not necessarily low-hanging fruits, but what are the biggest impact areas where they can engage in? So this is one very simple but effective automation tool that we have made available for public procurement practitioners to get started, to identify where in their portfolio that sustainability really would matter and have an impact. You can then see here from a user case what it would look like. So we'll go online, we'll put in your spend data, and this is just aggregate data that we have across the UN, but you can quickly see that your construction materials, your IT, food and beverage, medical equipment comes up as key categories. These are industries where we've had a lot of issues around sustainability, and a lot is being done, and we need to partner with that industry to take that agenda forward. You can also take very specific deep dives into, let's say, environmental risks. And here now you get fuels more prominently in there. Transportation and storage comes in. So how do you want to manage your freight forwarding contracts from an emissions perspective? How do you want to address your scope 3 emissions from your travel or from your freight forwarding, your shipment? You could also take thematic deep dives around, let's say, specific issues like labor rights. You can see here other categories come up. Categories like hotels and lodging, so hospitality, the hospitality sector, we use a lot, but it is very prone, of course, to unhealthy and inappropriate labor practices. And we need to be aware of that, and we need to factor that risk into our sustainability strategy when we procure. So the tool really allows you to slice and dice, give you different level of visualizations, and is a very effective communication tool both when you take your sustainability agenda to your executive teams or to the CFO, when you take it to your own practitioners or to your donors and say, look, this is what we have done. This is the analysis on our portfolio, and we can see that we have these 5 key categories that we want to start with to get the biggest return of investment, and that justifies our strategy. Now, the next aspect, of course, is, yes, it allows you to do a prioritization. You get an understanding of where your sustainability exposure lies, but what about the next steps? What do you do about it? So in our organization, we have started developing risk sustainability integration guidelines for each of those main categories, the top 10 categories, as we call them. And those guidelines really identify what are the entry points in a public procurement process where you can integrate your sustainability measures. So that means what are the pre-qualification requirements for a particular category that you are allowed to use, which are pre-approved by the organization. What are the technical specifications or functional or performance specifications that you can or should use for this particular category? What are the evaluation criteria and the weightings of those if you want to put those into a procurement tender? And finally, what are the special conditions of contract that you should insert into the tender document at the tendering point to make sure that you can address some of these sustainability risks that we've identified? So we've started that, and we started that process. But how do you bring it out into the integration space? How do you get your many hundreds of buyers around the world potentially to use the same criteria, and how do you make updates? So we had to find an automation solution. A PDF guideline that was circulated would simply not be effective. So again, coming back to automation solutions, we developed what we call the Sustainable Procurement Criteria Selection Tool, which is an online platform, which for each of the categories that we are working on, identifies what are the entry points, what are the pre-approved from an organizational perspective, criteria that you're allowed to use, which are mandatory, which are optional, and how does it relate to different levels of maturity of the market. And the practitioners go on that platform and they can cut and paste those criteria directly into predetermined tender templates. This allows scalability and speed of rollout so we can have real impact, because unfortunately many sustainability efforts within public procurement end up at pilots or green moonshots, etc. But we really need impact. We need to mainstream, we need to roll it out. And this automation tool is a simple but effective way of doing that. And there's already been proof of concept. We have the Dutch P&O platform, which does very similar. The Irish government just released their Green Public Procurement Search Criteria tool a couple of weeks back, which again allows Irish buyers to go online and get those criteria ready-made, if you wish, and they can insert them into the tender documents. Of course, the EU also has the Green Public Procurement Criteria available online, and so does many other national governments. So in our organization, that's exactly what we've done. We used the first level of automation, used through the ESG weighted procurement portfolio analysis to identify what are the top 10 risks. Then we developed the integration guidelines, and then we put it onto this automated criteria selection tool, which we will make available for our practitioners. So everyone across our 170 countries in which we operate have access to these criteria. We can update them at any given point. We can add additional criteria. We can add the number of categories that we work with. So just as I round up, I wanted to give you a couple of takeaways from our implementation journey. First of all, it's important you have organization-wide commitment. It needs to be an organization, fully integrated approach with all stakeholders involved, because every stakeholder will be impacted one way or the other through the journey. Second, taking a category prioritization approach helps stay focused and deliver the impact, and defines the framework for going to market. So look at your categories, identify which ones has the biggest opportunity for improvement, and work with those. This is also where you determine your impact. It's hard to go it alone. It's important to acknowledge that there's a lot of category expertise which is required. So try to collaborate with other departments, agencies, units, depending on where you're sitting. So let's say in the UN, of course, we have a lot of internal expertise that we are trying to pull in and bring into play as we look at these categories and find sustainability solutions. Once we find those criteria and recommendations, we then put them up on our automated platform and make them accessible for our practitioners. In your rollout, try to find pockets of collaboration and passion. Some people will be on board from the beginning, others will be hesitant. It's important to find those champions, if you wish, and establish momentum. Research has shown that change processes usually starts by individuals. It's individual champions that take these processes forward. And then you build momentum, and then you have your organizational change. And finally, the key message, of course, of this presentation here is explore options for leveraging automation. Even simple options like the ones I've shown you here can be very effective from taking sustainability integration to your practitioners in an accessible manner that allows scalability. So thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation and for sharing our journey. And if you would like to read through some of the working papers that I have shared, you are welcome to find them either on the link that I shared in the presentation, or you can find them on my LinkedIn here, and you are welcome to download and review. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you a good event in Manila, and thank you for your participation.
I'd like to thank Dr. Carsten Hansen for a very interesting speech. Unfortunately, because it's 2 a.m. in Geneva, he's not able to join us or to answer any questions, but he did give his LinkedIn profile. So please, if you do have any questions, he's mentioned that he's very happy to take questions over LinkedIn, and unfortunately we won't be able to answer any questions on his presentation, but I'm sure as I did, you found it very useful. So now I'd like to invite Lindsay Marchessault from the Open Contracting Partnership to make a presentation. Lindsay
Good morning,
is
everyone.
joining us by
My name is Carsten Hansen, and it's a
Zoom.
pleasure to join the 8th annual EGP conference by the Asian Development Bank.
I'm not quite sure where she is. I believe she may be in Barcelona. Hello. But we'll find out when we get to speak to her.
Hi, everyone. How are you today?
Just while
it's
we're waiting for
wonderful.
Lindsay, we do actually have somebody else mentioned on the screen, which is Jenny Chu. Unfortunately, Jenny wasn't able to join us today due to a bereavement. So we extend our best wishes to Jenny. So that's why she couldn't be here today. Ah, Lindsay,
Hello.
we have you.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Where are you joining us from, Lindsay?
Well, yes, I feel like I am traveling through space and time to be with all of you right now, because for me, it is Sunday night at 7 p.m. and for you, it is Monday morning. So thank you so much for the invitation to be with you virtually. And I will do my best with the virtual and hybrid nature of this arrangement. I definitely invite questions and participation, and would love to get into it with you guys for sure. I see that my slides are already up on the screen, so I guess I will just have to say next slide to move on to the next slide. Thank you so much. So for today, my goal is to introduce open contracting as a framework to advance sustainability in public procurement. And to do that, I'm going to cover 3 things. The first is why we need to fix public procurement in the first place and make it more sustainable. Then I'm going to talk about what is open contracting and how it can help, and I'm going to include examples. And then finally, I'm going to talk about how we can measure the sustainability of our public procurement using a tool called the Open Contracting Data Standard. So with that, I invite the next slide, please. So why fix public procurement and make it more sustainable? Next slide. $13 trillion US dollars. This is the amount of money that is conservatively estimated to be spent every single year in public procurement. And the reason why there's a picture of the Earth and a picture of the moon is that if you took $13 trillion bills, that's enough to go all the way from the Earth to the moon and back. So I'm really not exaggerating when I say that it is an astronomical amount of money, and it's imperative that we use this money well. Incidentally, more than $100 billion was estimated to have been spent on COVID-19 public procurement in 2020 and 2021. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, public procurement continues to make the headlines, and particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, when really all of the weaknesses of our public procurement systems all around the world were really exacerbated and tested and showed how vulnerable they were in terms of the vulnerability for corruption, to waste, to mismanagement, and to political nepotism. Next slide, please. We saw all kinds of crazy examples during COVID, but I think one of the ones that caught my attention the most was, I believe this was from a Balkans country, where a large contract to supply ventilators was awarded to a raspberry farm. Next slide, please. This is not COVID related, but this is from a European country. And this was supposed to be a change room in a school. And as you can see, they did not build any cubicles for changing clothes, but they did build toilets in a room that was never supposed to have toilets in it. So this is not necessarily an example of corruption, but just an example that sometimes when things are not managed well, they go badly. Next slide, please. And here, kind of turning to sustainable development and the environment, public procurement is also estimated to be responsible for 15% of greenhouse gas emissions. So with all that $13 trillion that we're spending every year, there's a huge opportunity there to spend it in a way that is better for the people and for the planet, and that we can basically use it to build our own prosperity. So with that, next slide. So this is just another example of things that can go badly. This was a Highlands water project. I believe this was from somewhere in Africa. And this was a multi-billion-dollar water transfer and hydropower project. Unfortunately, bribes were paid to win the contracts, and in addition to evade environmental regulations. And this resulted in irreversible impacts to the river ecosystem, health, and endangered the wildlife species in the vicinity. So just kind of taking it from the abstract to the concrete. Next slide. And what does public procurement look like still in a lot of the places that I visit around the world? It still looks like this. So one of the challenges is when we don't have ourselves organized in terms of good digital systems, when this is the way that we're dealing with records and with procurement, it just makes it so much easier for all of that waste, mismanagement, and vulnerabilities to creep in. And even with digitization, there's so much more that needs to go into the design thinking to make sure that we avoid the pitfalls and get to the success stories that we're looking for. Next slide, please. So, the bottom line, if there's something that I want you to take away from my presentation today, it's really that public procurement needs a makeover. Things really need to be done differently if we're going to avoid the contribution to environmental degradation and continuation of the inefficiencies of the past. And we really need to think digitally and design differently if we're going to successfully use public procurement as a tool to achieve sustainable development. Next slide, please. So let's talk about what is open contracting and how it can help. Next slide, please. So I really want you to think about open contracting as a framework for undertaking public procurement reform. And it's an iterative framework. You go through the cycle once and then you do it again and again to kind of keep getting better. We call it the gift that keeps giving. But essentially, the most important thing is to start with the foundation of setting a measurable reform goal. So in this case, we might say, our goal is to have more sustainable public procurement. Well, let's get more specific about what that means. And the previous presentation from Karsten was great because it illustrated a bunch of different directions that we can go in terms of what we want to set our goal around. Do we want to set around a particular sector? Do we want to set around the food sector, the ICT sector? What kinds of goals do we want to set? Is it the use of environmental criteria? What kinds of environmental criteria? Let's get specific about the change that we want to see. And then the second part of that is securing the buy-in that we need to make change happen. Because as we know, public procurement can be very difficult to reform because it requires political will. So we really need to think about setting our goal and securing buy-in for the reform as the very first step. The next step is about thinking with that design mentality about how we want to structure our digital systems. So thinking about the information, the data and documents that we need to be created and used throughout all stages of the public procurement to achieve the goal. We like to say, you can't manage what you can't measure. So you really need to think about, okay, if our goal is to increase the usage of these types of sustainability criteria, then we need to develop systems that enable the use of those criteria, like Karsten also mentioned in his presentation, and we need to gather the data for the analytics to track the extent to which we're achieving our goal. So what percentage or what value of contracts are using these criteria in which sectors, from which procuring entities. We need all of that to be thought about and structured in the data of our systems, in the data models of our systems. Part of that, we also really encourage the publication of that data as open data and sharing, because we want to engage stakeholders in step 3 to be involved. So we want stakeholders to be involved in this process to help us to define and test our reforms and to improve those outcomes and strengthen oversight. So, if we have shared goals, engaging civil society, engaging media, engaging private sector in helping us to achieve that goal through transparency and engagement can really help to make the difference. And then finally, we want to use that data to measure our success. We want to adapt. So, if things are going okay and we think, oh, well, maybe we could change some things, maybe we could iterate, maybe we could adjust, that's where we adapt. And then institutionalization, we want to make sure that this reform is going to stick and be sustainable for years to come. So what do we need in order to make sure that this reform is going to last? Next slide, please. So what are the types of goals that we're looking for when we're setting our reform goals? We're looking for goals around improving value for money, improving the efficiency of the process. We're looking for improving integrity, so kind of reducing the opportunities for corruption and increasing the visibility over the indications or red flags of that kind of corruption. We want to ensure effective service delivery. So we don't want to just buy things that are cheaper and buy them faster and buy them with less corruption, but we also want to get good services for our citizens. So we want to really emphasize the quality of what is being procured and what is being delivered. And then finally, we want a level playing field for business, particularly historically underrepresented groups, small business, women-led business. We really want to open the playing field to be fair for everybody to be able to come and benefit from this $13 trillion public procurement market. And then, I put in blue below, I think we have a new set of goals around catalyzing the green economy and buying greener and buying in a way that's going to reduce against climate change or mitigate against climate change. Next slide, please. So obviously, in this type of format and presentation, I can't possibly get into every single detail, but I just want to encourage everyone here to please check out a toolkit that we've developed for governments and their stakeholders who are kind of on the early stages of their sustainable procurement journey, and they want to get started and they want to understand how they can start to implement a sustainable public procurement. Because as we heard in the presentation that Carsten made, there's so many different things that can be done, and it can kind of be overwhelming to think about doing everything at once. So this framework really helps to think about, okay, what are our options in terms of the things that we can start doing, the types of reforms that we can start initiating. So please, there's a QR code here. I hope it works on your big screen, so please try to grab it and to open it up, because I think there's a treasure trove of guidance and resources there to help you to get started. Next slide, please. So I'll just share a few examples of the impact of open contracting reforms, because I think it's always good to make it concrete. You might have even heard this one before, because we worked quite a bit in Ukraine in 2014, 2015, 2016, and this was supporting through their public procurement reforms. And at that time, the reform really was a partnership between civil society, private sector, and the government, or some within government, who really wanted to completely change the way that public procurement was happening. And they really wanted to invoke a new principle of everyone sees everything, and to be very data-driven, very transparent, and very much trying to turn public procurement from a place that was synonymous with corruption to a place where honest businesses wanted to come and grow their businesses. And over the course of 5 years, through this reform, through the digitization that they undertook, as well as the data-driven analytics and monitoring that they implemented, they saved more than $6 billion US, including 18% of their healthcare budget. They also introduced thousands of new suppliers into the public procurement market who had never been there before, and 80% of those were small and medium-sized enterprises. Based on survey data, the corruption perception of entrepreneurs dropped by half over this time. And because they embedded a civic monitoring system to help fix violations, more than nearly 9,000 tenders were monitored to an estimated, not only monitored, but fixed. So there was a monitoring report and a recourse addressed with an estimated value of nearly $1 billion. Next slide, please. I'll share a couple more examples. This one was from Moldova, where the Medicines Procurement Agency teamed up with a patients' rights organization to look at the medicine procurement for 3 types of diseases. I believe it was tuberculosis, HIV, and hepatitis, and really tried to look at how they could make the procurement of medicines more efficient and more effective, because at the end of the day, the concern was, are the medicines actually reaching the patients and reaching the patients in time and in sufficient quantities? And so, they worked together, following the open contracting approach, and basically they were able to improve efficiency by more than 2 months, so reducing the time the tenders were taking by about 2 months. They were also able to kind of accelerate the budgeting process. They were also able to monitor $40 million in medical procurement over the course of the project. Real-time drug supply and service delivery monitoring to promote the public accountability. And at the end of the day, they saved more than 15% on the medical procurement, including 95% savings on one antiretroviral drug in particular, as well as other great benefits. Next slide, please. Similarly, in the field of medicines, Chile, also their medicine procuring agency, also undertook a reform, really trying to look at how they could increase competition, bring down prices, save money, open data, and increase supplier diversity, new market entrants entering the picture. And through their reform, they were able to get a 31% increase in the number of bidders, over 56% of medicines now having at least 2 suppliers, so not having to rely on a single supplier for a medicine. 60% of medicines were purchased for up to 80% cheaper, 7% reduction in the average price of medicines compared to the previous period. The total savings were 6.6 billion Chilean pesos. They really dramatically increased the transparency over the process, and 17 out of the 60 suppliers were new market entrants. Next slide, please. And I'll also touch on the EcoBC project from Mexico City. So this was a specific project in the transportation sector, but really kind of bringing it back to that sustainability and how can we be more sustainable. And part of that starts from the very planning and project selection phase as well. When we're thinking about our urban centers, particularly one as potentially congested as Mexico City, investing in public-private partnerships that will reduce carbon emissions and improve, quality of life for citizens, like a bike share program, can make a huge difference. So we supported Mexico City to undertake the public-private partnership and the tendering for this PPP for their bike share project, and really helped them to think through how to engage the market and to be as transparent and as engaging as possible in order to really try to build a partnership through this PPP process that is going to yield real environmental and economic benefits for the population of the city. Next slide, please. And here is an example from Lithuania. So this is a partner that we've been working with on sustainability in particular. So, we talk about red flags of corruption, like let's start talking about green flags for green procurement. So one of the issues that they wanted to work on was improving their use of sustainable criteria, so that the things that they're purchasing should meet the sustainability criteria that have been endorsed by the EU. And when they started the project, only 3% of public contracts were awarded using this criteria. 3% of the value of public contracts were awarded using this criteria. And so what they did was they started to take a really data-driven approach. They started publishing these dashboards showing, which procuring entities are using the criteria, which are using them correctly, kind of trying to get a bit of a race to the top, trying to kind of engage stakeholders in media and monitoring this and paying attention and calling out for the increased uptake of these criteria. And they were able, within 1 year, to go from 3% of value to 59% of procurement by value using green or sustainable criteria. Next slide, please. Another way that we've been working with partners on questions of environmental sustainability and climate change resilience is climate adaptation. So one of the challenges many of the partners that we work with are dealing with is flooding, as flooding is a major consequence of climate change, as well as real danger to public safety and the lives of women and girls in particular who die in disproportionate rates in flooding events. And so several partners, so I think this example is from Taiwan, I believe, but looked at how can we start to use procurement data, procurement information, and correlate that with information about flooding to start to get a better sense of are we using our public procurement effectively in mitigating against floods, and how can we better direct those resources and also get better effectiveness and better service delivery in those contracts. Next slide, please. We have a project right now, this is in Assam in India, where we're working to link the fiscal, geospatial, socioeconomic data to improve the flood-related public procurement in Assam. So really trying to kind of build those data models, engage stakeholders, and understand how can decisions about public procurement be made differently in order to get to better outcomes when it comes to flood mitigation and resilience. Next slide, please. All right, so now that we've talked about what's the problem and what's the open contracting approach, and I've shared some examples, now I want to get a little bit specific about how we can use the open contracting data standard to measure sustainability in public procurement. Next slide, please. So first, you might be wondering, what is the open contracting data standard? So the open contracting data standard is a framework or a specification of how to, of what information to collect and publish about public procurement processes and how to collect and publish that information. And we take it from all stages of the public contracting process. So planning, tender, award, contract, implementation, and the digitization of all of that information and how to bring it together in unique records and IDs so that it is machine readable. And what do I mean when I say machine readable? It means that the information can be searched, it can be filtered, it can be sorted, it can be analyzed. We can build all kinds of performance indicators off of it. We can also build all types of applications off of it. So it really just helps to make the information more usable. And the reason why it's a standard, it's an international and global standard that's being implemented by more than 30 governments around the world, is because the research has gone into it already, so that the way that the data is modeled in the standard is already designed to be able to do those types of calculations and those uses, those primary use cases or objectives that people have when it comes to using this information for improved integrity, improved value for money, and all of those good things, including use of sustainability criteria. Next slide, please. So standardized open data can help us to monitor performance using indicators, including for sustainability. So this is just to say that we have a lot of guidance showing how the data that's standardized using the open contracting data standard can be used to monitor these indicators of competition, supplier performance, efficiency, all of the kind of main goals that everybody has in terms of the goals for their public procurement systems. But one of the newer additions is including for sustainability. So in the last couple years, as partners, governments have wanted to model their data on sustainability, we have added extensions to the OCDS for modeling and publishing this information, as well as guidance about how to use this information for monitoring. Sorry, my children. It's Sunday night, as I may have mentioned. Next slide, please. Likewise, we have a project currently with the World Wildlife, is it the World Wildlife Fund or Federation? The WWF. And in that, we also want to understand the conservation risks involved in infrastructure planning and procurement. So we want to understand how open data and public infrastructure planning, procurement and delivery can help to improve environmental and conservation outcomes. So we're developing targeted indicators to help stakeholders analyze data on infrastructure projects and contracts to identify potential environmental and conservation risks. So particularly thinking, about our wildlife and our furry friends out there, and scaly friends and feathered friends that we want to protect as we pursue our own sustainable development as human beings. Next slide, please. So as I have mentioned, we have a framework for how to do it. I won't repeat it all over again for you, but the open contracting framework. And we have that toolkit, which is available at sustainable.open-contracting.org, which will really help you to get started. Next slide, please. And that's, I guess, where I end. So thank you so much for having me to talk today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. And we may come back to you later. I'm just going to ask. Oh, thank you. Yes. So thank you to Lindsay, especially for staying up so late and making the presentation. And just one thing to mention, the Open Data Contracting Standard, if you're going to be specifying a new procurement system or a financial management system, it's worth considering specifying the data standard as part of your specification. We've just done that in Fiji. So hopefully they'll be able to use the open contracting data tools to report on their data. Now, we are running short on time, but I would like now to invite Rustam to make a few remarks, and we will take maybe one or two questions, but just because our session is getting towards the time and want to make sure that you have enough time to talk to each other in the breaks. Can I please invite Rustam to mention what ADB is doing on sustainable procurement?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, and good morning to all our participants. Of course, the topic of sustainable procurement is not new. Many countries are working on that for decades, and ADB is also trying to promote the use of sustainable procurement in our operations. I would like to thank our presenters, Carson and Lindsay. Excellent presentations. Basically, everything that one needs to know about sustainable procurement, how to start, what kind of challenges, what to look at, it's already there, right? Starting from regulatory framework, because without that you cannot move forward. Then organizations, who are responsible for that? Is it one single organization in the country, or there are several? Who are the stakeholders who have to be partners in implementing that? Then there were a lot of discussions about, I think, categories, or you can call it sectors, where to start with, right? Because there are brilliant ideas on how to achieve sustainability in different sectors, but whether it is possible to achieve within given time frame. All countries have their own national priorities, right? So we have to think about that, because what we are trying to introduce through our guidance note on strategic procurement planning is to discuss with the governments at the project preparation stage what is possible, what is not possible to implement under a particular project. But this is ADB finance projects. But I think the issue is much broader, because as it was mentioned, trillions of dollars are spent on public procurement, and financing from donors is a very small part of that. So all governments are spending huge amount of money from their budget resources to procure multiple things, whether it is goods, materials, or it's building schools or hospitals, medical supplies. So there are big range of sectors or categories of spend where sustainability could be improved. And I think there was very good kind of presentation about the risk framework, because we all have to assess the risks. The higher is the risk, it means probably it requires more attention, and the higher is the potential impact, of course, that also would be more attractive for policymakers there, because we are all concerned about the impact that could be achieved by introducing sustainable procurement elements. So I'm very pleased that we already have tools. ADB's guidance note on sustainable procurement could be also a good reference material. But I think what is very important is to share experience among different countries, because some countries have already advanced. I know countries are doing this initiative for decades. Some are relatively new. And then another part of that kind of equation is what kind of procurement systems they use. If they use outdated procurement systems like we have seen on the slide, boxes of paper documents sitting somewhere in the room, so then it won't be possible to monitor any achievements, even if you have great ideas about sustainable procurement, right? So there is a very close linkage between initiatives related to sustainable procurement and the system which is available to support that. Another part maybe I would like to cover is how to incentivize manufacturers or bidders, suppliers to be part of that game, right? Because, for example, if there is an intention from the government to promote more efficiency, saving in energy and introducing new technologies which save energy. Right, so there is a message to the market, but still, if competition among suppliers is based on the price only, still somebody who has less efficient equipment may win the contract, right? And that creates actually less incentive for others to invest. But if the countries have already announced that these kind of initiatives will be using merit point criteria or weighted scoring in the evaluation, then it sends a positive signal to the market that, yeah, if I'm investing, I'm introducing more efficient technology, I have a higher chances to win contracts. So these kind of tools, I think, are very important for governments to consider. And of course, we cannot tell that this is the right way for all countries to go along. All countries have their own priorities, different sectors, different technologies they want to promote. We want to understand that and also share that experience among different countries, because something which didn't work in other countries is a useful lesson learned for other countries, not to repeat the same mistake. So I think the purpose of today's discussion is to share experience as much as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Rustam. So as I mentioned, we only have time for maybe one or two questions. So do we have any questions in the room? And I believe we have some microphones. So if anybody would like to ask a question of either Lindsay or Rustam, if you'd like to come up to a microphone. Is there anybody who'd like to ask a question? Stunned silence. Oh, there is? Oh, sorry. Please, could you come up to a microphone? And could you also say which country you're from, please? Thank you. Yeah, I'll repeat your question for Lindsay.
Did you get my point?
I did, yes. So just to repeat that for people on Zoom and for Lindsay. So we had a question for Rajiv from Pakistan about how SMEs can be incorporated into public procurement and also from public procurement systems. So Rustam, I believe you would like to answer this question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'll try to answer, maybe not comprehensively, maybe Lindsay can add. Yeah, in many countries, there are different ways or initiatives to support SME development per se, right? Not necessarily related to sustainable procurement, because they want to make sure that SME's contribution to economy is growing, right? And that has a direct impact on employment generation and basically on economic development. That's also part of sustainability, by the way. But one way on how to ensure that SMEs are part of the sustainability effort is, in some countries, when they assess properly different SMEs, what kind of services or products or goods they produce, and if that meets the demand from local governments, if there is a continuous kind of demand for particular types of goods, the governments may set a quota saying that for any government agency using budget resources from your annual spend, you have to spend X percentage of the total expenditure only to procure from SMEs. Items could be different. And in many countries, I think there are so-called the e-catalogs. Basically, the items which are already included It's a long list of different items that government agencies can procure directly. And if there are such SMEs who manufacture something which is in that e-catalog or even without that, there is a mandatory requirement, and then it means all government agencies will have to spend X amount of money, and then that creates incentive for SMEs because they know now they are basically competing among themselves. They are not competing with the bigger players with whom always it's more difficult to compete because of the economy of scale. So this is one way. There might be some other ways, and I don't know if some participants have that experience. You could also share.
Okay, and I'd just like to invite Lindsay, if you have any comments you'd like to make on the use of SMEs as using systems.
Sure. So yes, so many of our partners,
Have
that's
Lindsay
exactly
on
the type of reform that they want to work on. They want to, level the playing field and get more small and medium-sized enterprises and historically underrepresented groups participating in public procurement. And what I have to say about that is that it's really important to really look at your public procurement system and map out the barriers that those firms are currently facing in your system, because it's not, you have to think from the perspective of the small business. If I'm a small business and the time and effort it would take for me to put in a bid and then potentially have to deliver a government contract and then maybe not get paid for months, it's a big undertaking for them to come to public procurement. So you really have to put yourself in their shoes and think, how can we make public procurement a safe space for them, right? How can we remove the things that cause them to not participate and engage them? So I think that and then of course I can't just like Rustam, I won't be able to go into like the litany of things that need to be done in order to address that. But I think, part of it is also related to kind of improving that integrity, improving that transparency, because, if you want those honest small businesses to come, you need to show them that they're going to be treated fairly in that system. And so that's the one recommendation that I have.
Okay, and I think Galia would like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Lindsay. Thank you, Rustam, and thank you, Sarah, and thank you for the question. And, I see Usha Saxena here from India, from Jepnik, and she didn't volunteer herself to answer this question. However, I do remember very, very good presentation that she has made years ago at one of our conferences, specifically about barriers to participation and how new SMEs in India are supported in electronic government procurement system. So either reach out to Usha or check out her presentations that she made previously.
Thank you. To be very specific, in India we have a methodology of registering the MSMEs. They are verified and unique number and identity and all is given. Other than that, once a contract is finalized, above 15% also, if the contract value of an MSME is above 15%, even then they can match the L1 if they agree to match the L1, and then 50% orders can be given. Such kind of provisions are there. I can give the details of various, there are certain sectors specified where MSMEs are encouraged. The earnest money is waived off for the MSMEs so that it's not a deterrent in participation. As Lindsay said, after completing the contract, normally they wait for months to get the payment and all, so that becomes a deterrent. So at the beginning, waiving off the EMD, that is the earnest money deposit, for participating in a bid also encourages to a very large extent the participation of MSMEs. Sir, would you like to add few more things? Sir, Sanjay Agrawal, from Advisor, Ministry of Finance. We take all policy guidance from him.
Thanks, Usha. Just to give the MSME perspective in India, apart from the set asides, which has been just discussed for a certain percentage, we also do not take big security. And one of the things regarding the payment, which Lindsay has said, in India, it's a law that in case MSMEs are not paid on time beyond 45 days, we have to pay interest 3 times of the market rate, which is there in force for last 16 years. Having said this, this is more being enforced in the recent years. We have seen in one of the recent case, a contract almost around 15 billion, where the government has paid interest of $75 million. So this kind of the interest now the government is being forced to pay. So just to say, set asides, big security, and the timely payments. These are the 3 pillars on which this works. Thank you.
Oh, and thank you very much, Usha and Sanjay, for sharing your experience. Now, I believe that our time is up, so I'm very sorry if you all had questions. I'm sure you can talk to Rustam in the break, or Usha and Sanjay. I'm sure they would be very happy to talk to you. So I would very much like to thank Lindsay for taking her Sunday time to present to us, to Carsten for preparing the presentation and offering up that he'd be happy to take questions from you on LinkedIn, and also Rustam, who has very kindly joined me on the stage. Can you please thank our speakers for a wonderful presentation? Thank you. Are we going into a break now? Oh, yeah, we're going into a break, so please enjoy yourselves out in the auditorium.
Maybe ako got it, or somebody got it. Good morning, everyone. May we request everyone to please come back to the hall now, to the auditorium, so we can begin our second session. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are in session 2. May I please request Galia Ismaskova and Charlene Mackelman to please come up on stage, please. So good morning again to everyone. We are in session 2, and I am privileged to introduce to you this morning 2 of the champions of EGP in ADB, who will be discussing with you ADB's program and support for e-procurement within the bank. So our first speaker is Galia Ismakova. Galia is Principal Procurement Specialist at the Asian Development Bank and has over 30 years experience, of which 23 is with the bank. She is recognized as an expert and a champion of e-procurement, having been involved in the promotion of e-government procurement since 2007. She contributed to e-procurement agenda, including processing and administration of all of the ADBTA projects for the PhilJEPs, processing and administration of 3 regional technical assistance projects, setting up and strengthening the Asia-Pacific Public E-Procurement Network. She also supervised 4 procurement case studies detailing challenges and achievements of electronic procurement in Armenia, People's Republic of China, India, and the Philippines. She also supervised the publication of ADB's e-government procurement handbook and
3 surveys done by the ADB a few years back. She also supervised research studies, including that for the complaints handling, which you will be hearing this afternoon. We have a blockchain application to e-public procurement. You will also be hearing about that hopefully this afternoon or tomorrow. She has led the organization through 8 APPeN network conferences, including this one. So you can see that she's pioneered the APPeN. She leads us in designing, developing, deploying, and implementing ADB's consultant management system, which is the e-procurement system for ADB-funded consulting services. And this system is used by 18,000 users globally. She also leads in implementing software as a service solution for small island development states and fragile and conflict-affected countries. Galia holds a PhD in philosophy from the Academy of Science of the Republic of Uzbekistan, an MBA from the University of Western Australia, a management development diploma following studies in IAE, Aix-en-Provence, and Lancaster University Management School, and a master's degree in philosophy from Tashkent State University. Galia is a member of the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply and associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development. Our second speaker is Charlene Shillingford-McColman. She is a senior procurement specialist at the Asian Development Bank, and she is currently assigned to the South Asia portfolio and is a resident procurement specialist at the ADB's Bangladesh Resident Mission. Prior to ADB, she was fiduciary procurement specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, D.C., where she is part of the IDB Country Systems team. Charlene also served the Caribbean community in various capacities for more than 7 years, including as Deputy Program Manager of the Government Procurement Reform, where she led the development of the Caribbean Regional Procurement Policy. She started her career as a political affairs officer with the Office of the Eastern Caribbean States in Ottawa, Canada. She has a law degree in corporate law from Osgoode Law School, York University in Toronto. Without further ado, I'd like to turn over the microphone to Galia for her presentation.
Thank you very much, Naidi. Naidi Bombay was in touch with all the speakers, so I think that we should put a face to the name. So she has been working tirelessly to present you the agenda for this conference. So can we please flash the presentation? Is there? Okay, good. So my presentation today will focus on the support to e-government procurement by the Asian Development Bank. Before I start, I probably need to give you some background of ADB vision and strategy. Can we please go to the next slide? ADB vision is to contribute to the prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. As the region transforms and the needs and challenges of developing member countries change, ADB also needs to change. Under Strategy 2030, ADB will sustain its efforts to eradicate extreme poverty, given the region's unfinished poverty agenda, especially after COVID-19 pandemic, and expand its vision to achieve prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and the Pacific. It will help the region prosper by sustaining economic growth with quality and creating job opportunities. ADB will promote inclusiveness to ensure the economic gains are widely shared. It will support the resilience and sustainability of countries, especially for vulnerable populations, and foster regional cooperation and integration. ADB will continue to prioritize support for the region's poorest and most vulnerable countries. ADB uses 3 complementary value-adding instruments to assist in achieving its vision. These are financing, partnership, and knowledge, otherwise known as Finance++. ADB will remain a trusted development partner, delivering the highest quality operations. ADB provides a unique regional perspective, combined with a strong country presence and client relationship built over many years of engagement. ADB support will combine finance, knowledge, and partnership to maximize development impact for its clients. As a reliable financier and catalyzer of finance, ADB will provide its own financing while mobilizing and catalyzing funds from other sources, both private and public ones. As a knowledge provider, ADB will focus on practical value that fits its local conditions, identify lessons, and replicate good practices, including technology transfer, environmental and social safeguards, and fiduciary standards across the region and beyond. As a conveyor of partnerships, ADB will promote dialogue and collaboration among diverse partners and stakeholders, including international financial institutions, bilateral development partners, charitable and philanthropic organizations, civil society organizations, and the private sector. This conference that we are attending today is an example of such partnerships. In line with the efforts to strengthen global financial governance, collaboration with International Monetary Fund and other multilateral development banks, we will seek to maximize the impact of international financial institution system as a whole. We're using a country-focused approach. The ambitious global development agenda must be tailored to specific local circumstances. We understand that one size does not fit all. We will promote innovative technologies. ADB will proactively seek ways to promote the use of advanced technologies across its operations and provide capacity building support to its member countries. It will support countries in developing policies and improving the regulatory environment for the digital economy, expanding internet connectivity, and investing in hardware and software. In infrastructure operations, we promote advanced technologies that reduce lifecycle costs and increase durability. In our procurement operations, we are looking at more of using weighted criteria and moving from the lowest evaluated costs. ADB will offer integrated solutions combining expertise across a range of sectors and themes. These solutions will be delivered through an appropriate mix of public and private sector operations that are best suited to the specific needs on the ground. Can we go to the next slide, please? So there are 7 operational priorities of ADB, and obviously procurement is a cornerstone for every one of them. First priority is addressing remaining poverty and reducing inequalities. ADB will increase the emphasis on human development and social inclusion to address the non-income dimensions of poverty. It will help facilitate quality job creation, including by small and medium-sized enterprises and inclusive businesses. It will support our developing member countries to improve education and training outcomes, achieve better health for all, and strengthen social protection systems and service delivery for those in need. Our second priority is accelerating progress in gender equality. ADB will support targeted operations to empower women and girls, gender mainstreaming that directly narrows gender gaps, and operations with some gender elements that incorporate a few gender equality actions in the design and implementation of ADB projects. We will be discussing in the course of this conference the gender dimensions of the procurement. Third is tackling climate change, building climate and disaster resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability. ADB will scale its support in these areas. As you have heard from Open Contracting Partnerships this morning, some of the areas where procurement can help is a climate change. So priority number 4 is making cities more livable. ADB will provide integrated solutions to help build livable cities that are green, competitive, resilient, and inclusive. It will pursue cross-cutting projects to promote urban health, urban mobility, gender equality, and environmental sustainability. A recent survey by Nordic Council of Ministers has established that making cities more livable is contributing to majority of sustainable development goals. And it is a good idea to actually look at the perspective of procurement in this area. Promoting rural development and food security, ADB will support efforts to improve market connectivity and agricultural value chain linkages. 6 is a strengthening governance and institutional capacity. ADB is supporting public management reforms to help developing member countries improve governance and create an enabling environment for sustainability growth. Part of this strengthening governance and institutional capacity is our gathering today. Fostering regional cooperation and integration is priority number 7 for ADB. ADB will enhance connectivity in the region and the competitiveness of the developing member countries. As part of this network, one of the things that we are considering is actually improving our cross-border trade, including for public procurement. So can I go to the next slide, please? So altogether, you can see that there is a background that sets ADB up for the promotion of electronic procurement. The Asian Development Bank has promoted electronic government procurement, or otherwise known as EGP, as a key component of procurement reforms. ADB was involved in promoting EGP since establishment of multilateral development groups, multilateral development banks working group on e-procurement in early 2000s. Through leveraging technology, EGP offers opportunities to innovate and streamline public procurement for greater efficiency and economy. It can also contribute to improve governance, particularly when aligned with initiatives in budgeting, taxation, and audit. ADB is a founding member of the Multilateral Development Bank's Electronic Government Procurement Working Group, and Charlene, my colleague, actually represents ADB in this working group. MDB EGP Working Group developed an EGP toolkit in 2003 and 2005 and hosted a series of conferences for EGP. Asia-Pacific Procurement Partnership Initiative has supported a variety of EGP initiatives, including a EGP survey, update of EGP toolkit, and case studies. So what we are looking at is a 4-pronged support to EGP. It is a country-focused technical assistance project, regional technical assistance project, annual conferences, and knowledge products. Can we go to the next slide, please? So we will now look at some of the examples of country-specific technical assistance project. Can we go to the next slide, please? Oh, right. Okay. Hopefully you will get to see this particular slide, not sideways. However, this slide practically tells about specific country-specific procurement support for countries such as Nepal, Philippines, Indonesia, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Myanmar, and Mongolia. And some countries have been more lucky than others. Kyrgyzstan, for example, received 3 technical assistance projects. So I might have been actually amiss in missing some of the projects, but these are the projects with specific electronic government procurement components. I listed them there. If you are interested what they have achieved, please check technical assistance completion reports or technical assistance reports. So, wow, what happened? Fixing it? Okay, I think they can just go to the next slide, possibly. So the next thing that we need to know is that while we look at country-specific technical assistance. We are also looking at a regional procurement, regional procurement technical assistances as well. So one of those, can you please go to the next slide? Okay, you are all here today and we are meeting for the 8th time. However, there was a ground zero for all of us. And this ground zero happened in Indonesia. So there was an Asia-Pacific Public Procurement Conference in Denpasar, Indonesia, 2011. So practically we call it Denpasar because this is an airport, so that people would not assume that we all went to Bali for a holiday. However, we did have good time in Bali, but we have achieved quite a lot as well. So can we go to the next slide, please? So obviously we gathered in Bali, and there is documentary evidence that people did not skip and go for the tourist attractions and stayed really focused. Next slide, please. So the tangible results from this 2011 Public Procurement Conference was knowledge products, survey of ADB member countries in e-procurement systems, publication of 4 case studies on EGP, the draft of e-government procurement handbook that was discussed, and that was an update of MDB toolkit. And we also discussed the experience from regional procurement networks, particularly in Latin America and Caribbean, which is supported by Inter-American Development Bank and Organization of American States, and also European networks such as APPeN. So at that conference, then Administrator of Public Procurement Service of Korea actually said it's good to meet ad hoc, but what about meeting regularly? What about having a network that comes together at least once a year and exchange the new ideas? And this is how it all started. Can we go to the next slide, please? So at that point of time, we have decided that we will have a new technical assistance project which establishes Asia Pacific Public Electronic Procurement Network. And this will support annual conferences, regional meetings, and also technical meetings. Can we please go to the next slide? So the first meeting that we actually have, the technical meeting, was the technical meeting for the software as a service. So at the time of the first survey that we have created, we have found that there are some constraints for small countries to actually start implementing EGP. If in a country like Tuvalu, there are only 2 people dealing with procurement, how would you expect them to actually set up electronic procurement system, administer it, and do their own work as well? So at that point of time, we realized that there might be a solution. And this solution might be using something called software as a service, or SaaS. Then we also found out that, for example, in Pacific Island countries, the markets are too small. And perhaps no one is specifically looking for market opportunities in a very small country, but maybe they will look at market opportunities in the whole region. And that's how we decided that perhaps we might have a common platform which is shared by several countries, where the supplier registration is streamlined and they can access the opportunities across the region. This is when we have decided to run the software as a service workshop. Can we please go to the next slide? So some of you might recognize yourselves. You have been there in the very, very beginning of this particular development. And we have, for some good collaboration, and hopefully I can call it friendships with many people who attended throughout the years. Can we go to the next slide? So we did look at different functional specifications, and these functional specifications needed to comply with different procurement regulations of different countries. At the same time, they should have been secure, etc. And moreover, what it needed to be done, it needed to be software as a service. We didn't want anyone to build this system for us. We just wanted the system to be configured. So as a result of this, we had a tender. We procured it as consulting services, although technically it's a non-consulting service. And we used QCBS, so we used weighted criteria. So as a result of this, a company from United Kingdom called Intent was selected, and they run this service throughout the years. So what I've heard from Intent that about 160 users were actually trained, and we currently have at least 3 active tenders. Can we please go to the next slide? So going back to the network, so what are the things that we would have expected from the network? First of all, we wanted it to be a good version of other regional networks and create opportunities of realizing synergies of regional cooperation and integration and learning from each other. And we also decided that the principles of this network should be looking at specific pacts, such as promoting partnerships, achieving efficiencies, creating impact, and transparency. So as a result of this, we had a first inaugural APPeN conference in Manila in October 2015. Can we please go to the next slide? So one of the things that you might need to know is that deep inside of our World Wide Web, there is a website called Development Asia. And Development Asia is a website that is controlled by Asian Development Bank, and we publish quite a lot of knowledge products there. And all the information and presentations from first conference onwards is actually on Development Asia. What we also have there, we have recordings of the next conferences as well. So the second conference, can we please go to the next slide? The second conference took place in Seoul, in Korea. And what happened in Korea is that we have discussed topics such as lessons learned from piloting software as a service. And these lessons were shared by Tuvalu and by Cook Islands. We had country presentations from India, Indonesia, Philippines, Republic of Korea. We had presentations from World Trade Organization, and we also learned from Inter-American Network on Government Procurement. So this was our first catch-up with the Inter-American Network on Government Procurement. The third conference, can we please go to the next slide, was held in October 2017 in Tbilisi, Georgia, and hosted by State Procurement Agency of Republic of Georgia. During this third conference, we had a good time. Some of us did drink a little bit too much, but otherwise we came all safe and sound. So during the third conference, APPeN participants exchanged video greetings with Inter-American Network on Government Procurement, which actually held its conference in Washington at the same time. So this was our first digital kind of connections with another regional network. At that point of time, we decided meeting digitally is good, meeting in person is better. So at the same conference, we had updates from the country systems. We had an update from Vanuatu, Kyrgyzstan, People's Republic of China, Bhutan, Korea, and Indonesia. We also looked at technical issues such as security and interoperability and authentication frameworks. So our host presented a development plan for Digital Georgia, and we actually went to a specific place where digital services are actually provided to the population. So we did walk the talk as well in Georgia. So again, remember I told you about this interconnection with Inter-American network for government procurement. So what happened is that we have decided that it's time to meet in person. You know, having this internet dating with another network is good. Meeting someone and exchanging views is excellent. So Inter-American Development Bank has actually organized something called Global Procurement Conference. Can we please go to the next slide? So it happened in Washington, D.C. 2 days we were with other 9 development partners, including African Development Bank, World Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, European Investment Bank, I think Development Canada. Okay, I can't really remember everyone, but there were lots of people. But the claim to fame to our network is that while the host was Inter-American Development Bank, ADB brought the biggest number of participants. So on the 3rd day, we actually had our own gathering. And on this conference, on the 3rd gathering, we look at country updates from India, Armenia, Georgia, Vietnam, and Thailand. We also had an ad hoc presentation from Kazakhstan when we learned about the ways how they deal with electronic procurement complaints. Can we please go to the next slide? Oh, right. Okay, don't fix anything, just, it's all right. I think it will work at some point of time. So the 5th conference took place in Manila in 2019. What we have discussed: global EGP architecture, EGP developments in India, e-governance, Indonesian government system monitoring and evaluation. And we had first presentations from Open Contracting Partnership, the partnerships that we still carry forward. We had presentations from World Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, African Development Bank. We discussed World Trade Organization, GPA, government procurement agreements. And we looked at innovations such as use of building management system in e-procurement in People's Republic of China. That was very, very exciting. So little did we know that next year conference, drum roll, didn't happen face-to-face. Okay, next slide, please. If we are able to get the slide. Okay, if we are not able to get the slide, you know, COVID happened, right? So when COVID happened, we actually, not surprisingly, focused the conference on COVID, right? On how do we all work together from home in our pajamas and sometimes pajama bottoms or something, but put a good face forward. So we looked at acceleration of digital transformation. And in fact, some of the people said, why bother? Why actually connect when, you know, everyone has this problem? But we decided, never mind, let's go ahead. We are talking about electronic, let's do it electronically. So we had excellent presentations, and we had presentations from India, Afghanistan. We looked at engagements, OCP engagements in Ukraine and Moldova, and we looked a lot in how do you actually make it happen when the whole world operates differently. The 7th conference concentrated already on COVID-19 recovery and looked at economic recovery for the and how can electronic procurement help with economic recovery. Okay, and here we are on the 8th conference. I'm not going to tell you what we're going to achieve. Hopefully next time we will know what we achieved. So, okay, next slide is supposed to be about knowledge products. Okay, remember I told you about Finance++, and one of this is knowledge. So what did we produce in case of knowledge? Yes, we did produce some of the PowerPoints, but we also produced some of the research papers. And some of the research papers that we produced quite a lot of case studies. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so the case studies on electronic procurement have been concentrating on different things. Like, for example, for field jobs, it was a journey of how do you actually fund it through organizational settings, okay? And NIDE has actually authored this particular case study. We had a case study on development of e-procurement in India. There is Ramanathan Samasundaram somewhere there, and he authored that piece of knowledge work. And it was about how can one country have numerous e-procurement systems and how they all operate in good harmony. So the next one was about the beginning of e-procurement journey in Armenia. We do not have I didn't collect all the consultants who wrote the case studies here, so I'm sorry Karen is not here. Okay, and the last but not least case study was about People's Republic of China, and it was concentrating on WTO accession, GPA accession of China, and how can electronic procurement systems in China can be made more accessible to actually comply with WTO GPA commitments that China makes. Okay, so the next slide, please. So we have done 3 surveys so far, and we're planning another one. Okay, so we had the survey in 2011, 2015, and 2020. So it actually takes quite some time to harass people to actually fill the survey. So you might be a recipient of our harassment in this way. So we do hope you will respond to the survey so that we will have a baseline and other indicators. So can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, I'm not going to read to you all the other knowledge products that we have, but there is a knowledge products about blockchain and knowledge transfers, regional transfers. We also had some on technical issues such as disaster recovery. We also had one on complaints, which is, okay, surprisingly, is a very interesting topic. And we also had some ideas from the virtual knowledge exchange. We did publish the technical specifications for the software as a service, which we probably need to amend now and include OCDS as one of the requirements. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so obviously, you know, I have created this particular presentation because I put some of the stuff that has taken me personally quite a long time to put it through to the position of publication. And these were e-government procurement handbook and e-procurement guidance notes. Okay, on this, the next slide provides you with some links to all of this information, or at least to some of it. And you can connect to me through LinkedIn, and I'm looking forward to your participation in this conference. And tomorrow, remember, I suggested that I will have the shortest presentations ever possible, at least from me. This will be about our next stage. Thank you very much, and I am passing the floor to my friend and colleague Charlene. And after her presentation, I will answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today in person. I'm really excited to deliver this next presentation to you. I usually like to interact very closely with my slides, so I will actually be presenting from the floor. I hope that will be okay for the IT personnel and that everybody in the room will be able to see me as I present. IT, may I ask you to go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Well, I need to see it on the big one. Yes, but it needs to be on the big screen so the participants can see it. Yes, I think they need a minute. It's not there yet. Okay, so while we are waiting for the slides to be ready, I want to preempt the presentation by telling you that it's a little bit of a report card on what has happened with EGP, both within ADB and in ADB DMCs since 2015. So this is what we will be looking at. Of course, you will see from the agenda that my presentation is speaking to our EGP framework going forward for the next 5 years, 2022 to 2026. But in order to do this effectively, I'm going to begin with a sort of look back at what has happened since 2015, since ADB started its journey. And with all the work that Galia just explained to you, actually, I think it was a really great sequence as Galia explained to you the work that she was able to do over the past years in developing the initial frameworks. Can you hear me very well? Yes. So Galia was mentioning to you in her presentation all the background work that has been done over the years by ADB. She spoke to the policy, the strategies, the frameworks, the guidance notes. And so she gave you also quite a detailed presentation on the journey of this network, where it has come from, what it has been through over the years. So I will, in my presentation, speak to the EGP framework 2015 to 2022. So for those of you who don't know, ADB internally has a guidance document that it uses for EGP, which guides us on the work that we do with you. And this is what I will be reporting on and also talking about its update. So I will speak first to what was accomplished. Then I will speak to the rationale and key considerations and components of the new framework going forward, 2022 to 2026. Then I will speak to the key results, outputs, indicators, and finally, we'll talk about implementation and resources. And Galia did mention earlier about the TA resources that we use to enable us to do the work that we do with you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so firstly, and I suppose most importantly, we're going to speak to the key achievements, and principally this is with respect to the use of e-procurement. Okay, what has happened with e-procurements? So we know that from 2010 to 2014, because before ADB developed its first framework, its first internal guidance on EGP and on working with a targeted agenda for EGP, there was already work being done on EGP in many of your countries. And so what we did, we had a look back and we discovered that from the period 2010 to 2014, there were just 37 projects using EGP for a value of $5.5 billion. Okay, and right now, when we look at the period 2015 to 2021, so this would be the first framework period that Galia spoke to, we moved from that 37 projects at 5.5 billion to 227 projects valued at $38 5.7 billion. So the first thing we know, and the first good thing that we can report on, is that clearly over the years, even from 2010 to 2014 and 2015 onward to 2021, we've had a major increase in the use of e-procurement. Next slide, please. Okay, so actually this slide here takes you into the trends of e-procurement, and you can see that from 2015 to 2021, we've had a growing trend. So the number on top is the value, and the number within the box. The number within the box is the value, and the yellow line, of course, is the number of projects. So you can see how it has moved over the years from 2015 to 2021. So clearly you can see this significant increase in the use of e-procurement among ADB DMCs, which are yourselves, your countries. Next slide, please. Right, so here we've just created a little map of the ADB countries using e-procurement in bank financed operations. So this is not just those of you with systems that use EGP, but those of you with systems that use EGP for ADB finance operations. So you can see that there are actually quite a number of ADB member countries. But what I want you to focus on, and you can see this once you actually have the presentation, is that we have e-bidding, which is the full e-procurement, or almost. We have e-publication, and then we have some countries that use both e-bidding and e-publication, and some countries in the past period that use no EGP system at all. So you can see that. And what we need to do is actually move to the point where we are using both e-bidding and e-publication. So that is actually the ultimate goal. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we're going to speak to the total number of projects using e-procurement. And so it's over the period that we're looking at, 2015 to 2021, there were 227 projects using EGP. Now, I want you to focus on the right side of the slide for just a little bit, so you can examine the sectors. You can see the green TRA, that stands for transport. Transport is the largest sector using e-procurement systems. This is followed by energy, that orange color, and energy used about 59 energy projects over the period used EGP. So that is the second highest sector among ADB countries using electronic procurement systems. And of course, it's followed by water and urban, which is that blue, the darker of the blue colors. So the top three sectors: transport, energy, water, and urban. Next slide, please. Right, so now here comes quite an interesting observation. This slide speaks to the total value using EGP or having used EGP over the period 2015 to 2017, but also, if you focus on the right side, here we're breaking down the regions. If you look, let's start from the bottom up. CERD, this is the Southeast Asia region, and they used EGP systems for a value of just over 7 billion. The green that you see, quite large in the bottom, is SARD, South Asia, with 22 billion in projects, followed by, well, the next one in order, we have the Pacific part with 572 million, and of course, East Asia with 3 billion, and Central West with 5.5 billion. So this gives you an idea of the regions using e-procurement in their projects, and in the order of significance. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we're also going to talk about assessments that were undertaken. As you know, in order to use your government's e-procurement system in ADB finance operations, we need to conduct assessments. So we do conduct multiple assessments every year. And here I will just speak to the assessments done in the period 2015 to 2021, and there were 73 of those systems assessed, 73. Not all were approved for use. Some of them would have to first be improved, but we had 73 assessments within the past period. Next slide, please. Okay, so this bar graph just takes you through the assessments that we've done over the years. And you can see, right, there is the trend is that we have been increasing in the number of assessments done. From 2 in 2015, we had 16 in 2019, and of course 12 and 10 in 2021. As a matter of fact, in 2021, if I recall correctly, we had 12 done. At the time of our annual report, 10 had been completed and 2 were still pending. Next slide, please. Of course, the numbers for this year will not be out until sometime in Q1 of next year. So I want to stick with assessments for a minute and talk about light assessments and full assessments. Now, this information is going to be important to you because you are the point persons that Galia, Naide, or myself would or the ADB procurement specialist assigned to your country, you are the ones we would reach out to with respect of conducting those assessments for certain government agencies that plan to use e-procurement in ADB operations. And once that approach is made, we determine whether we do a light or full assessment. A full assessment is usually, it's comprehensive. We send Ram or Joe or someone else out to the field, or they do a deep dive into your EGP system. And so it's comprehensive. It's perhaps a first time, or there's been a significant reform. And so we need to undertake a sort of deeper review. A light assessment is when there's, we've already done a significant assessment of your system, or we are using another MDB's assessment. So we do share information with the World Bank, with Islamic Development Bank, with EBRD, etc. And so if another MDB has already done an assessment on your executing agency's e-procurement system, we won't conduct an in-depth assessment. We'll do what is called a light assessment. We use their information and their data, we just update it, and then we go ahead. Now, when the assessments are done, as you know, there's a determination of whether the system is ready for use or whether it's not ready for use. And so, some serious upgrading of the system needs to be done, or whether it can be used with only minor modifications. Okay. Now, also, something important to note is that when we conduct assessments, we either conduct them for use of your executing agency's EGP system for ICB, or what we now call open competitive bidding under our new policy, or for NCB or OCB national. So we determine based on how advanced your system is, whether we will be assessing it for use, full use at ICB or OCB or NCB. Next slide, please. Right, so as I continue to look back on what we've done, I actually perhaps won't speak too much to this slide because I think Galia already gave a very comprehensive review of what was done in terms of conferences and surveys and other studies that were done. Suffice it to say, we have been doing quite a bit of work in this area, and so we consider this positive outputs. Next slide, please. So another area where we have done quite a bit of work, and now I'm speaking to within ADB as we prepared our team to work with you on e-procurement, we have streamlined certain internal processes. We have put staff in place to support the work we do in e-procurement. We've formalized our EGP team and working group, and so there are a number of us who are specifically assigned to work with you and to support you in EGP. So we consider this an achievement, and for ADB it is really a recognition of the significance of EGP and the impact that EGP can have on not only bank finance operations, but procurement efficiency in the DMC countries, which for us is something that is very significant. Our DG always speaks to leaving a lasting impact and effect on the DMC, not only improving the e-procurement systems to do the work that ADB needs done, but to leave the country system better off. This is in fact our goal. And so we have the team in place. Next slide, please. Right, so we're going to talk now to going forward, what our framework is going to speak to from this year, 2022, over the next 5 years. So as we contemplated this new policy, and it took us several months to write and several other months to get it approved, we had to contemplate, we had to, of course, look back, which is what I've just shared with you, the report card on what you have done and what we have done. So we had to look back in order for us to look forward. And one of the things we observed as we did this analysis, as we tried to position ourselves and our thinking on EGP is, we accepted that it's in the process of a major transformation, and that we too, ADB, we need to change, and we need to be quite agile in terms of how we respond to changes in developing member countries. We also accepted the fact that much of our ADB financed operations remain manual. And this is despite the dramatic increase that I showed you in the charts, in the tables, in the graphs. We also saw that the technology landscape was fast evolving in our DMCs, and that we acknowledged that there was a need to be more proactive in promoting EGP. We didn't want to wait for our developing member countries to come to us and say, well, I need you to help me, with what I want to do. We actually wanted to be very proactive and coming to you and reaching out and proposing consideration of, enhancing your systems or improving systems or building systems if they did not exist. Now we had the pandemic, COVID, Galia spoke to COVID, and the pandemic put a lot of things in perspective for us. We understood, and in fact, of course, within the EGP team, it's simple. We know how important EGP is, but it took the pandemic to convince many others of the significance, the importance, and the impact of e-procurement. And so these are some of the considerations in our mind as we went ahead and designed the new framework. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we also, in taking account of the work to be done, and also the designing of the EGP framework, we actually took a walk back in terms of the development and implementation of EGP systems in developing member countries. And as you can see, some countries started a very long time ago, 20 years, 22 years ago now, and others followed suit along the way. But I don't see 48 DMCs here, and there are 48 developing member countries that are members of ADB, and they're not all here. So there's still quite a lot of work to be done. Also, there are some countries who started quite early, and their systems were developed up to a certain point and then were developed no further. Okay, and there were some countries that have developed quite rapidly, quite effectively. The one good thing that I do want to say about the work that was done or that has been done in Asia is that we recognize how much our DMCs have learned from each other. Countries, DMCs of ADB have learned from each other. I know the Indian system has been an example to many other countries, and many of them have been developed based on the model of the Indian system, and so on and so forth. Several of our countries also use SaaS systems, for the limitations that Galia mentioned earlier related to scale. Scale is quite significant when we consider the procurement systems. So here you can see that there has been movement, but the movement is not significant enough. And so I like to keep this here as a reminder for us on what still needs to be done. Next slide, please. Right, so here we speak to the EGP functionality and use. This point also is important within our new framework, because one of the goals we have is to move from the e-publication only to the e-bidding, the full e-bidding or full e-procurement for the systems that are really, really advanced. For the time being, it's almost 50-50 with respect of countries that use the e-procurement platform only for advertising, only for publication of the opportunities, versus the countries that use them thoroughly, all the way through to audit and payments. Actually, some EGP systems are quite advanced. So you heard the numbers that I mentioned earlier with respect of volume and value, okay? Number of projects and the costs involved. And if 50% is still only in publication, you understand the work that we still need to do. So we need to move these numbers from e-publication over to the full e-bidding side. Next slide, please. Okay, so our approach for the new framework is to see e-procurement as a cross-cutting theme. We want to build on the gains of the past, which I've mentioned to you. We want to apply targeted and strategic focus on country systems. We want to mainstream EGP into ADB organizational processes, so that will mean also for us internal systems will need to be addressed, and we want to engage front office. Of course, front office team leaders, regional departments, resident missions. It is important that we have e-procurement champions. We cannot achieve enough or what we need to achieve by meeting once a year or the occasional contact with our headquarters and so on. We need to do more than when we meet once a year. We need to do more than just an assessment when one executing agency might be ready to use. We need to target an increase of use in EGP systems. So this is the approach for ADB, to understand that EGP is cross-cutting. It is cross-cutting, it is important, it is significant, it impacts the way we work, the way we live. We saw how beneficial EGP was to us during COVID. Nobody can deny this. And yet, COVID has more or less ended. And what we want to do is not lose that momentum that we gained. Let's see how we can ride that wave and improve as many systems as we can. Next slide, please. So the key drivers for our framework, ADB has a strong regional presence. We feel that we're well positioned to assume a strategic role and to drive a regional agenda for EGP. We do want to continue due diligence, which means that we will continue those assessments. We cannot just approve every system for use without that system being assessed, security reasons and many other reasons. We understand that e-procurement systems are at different levels of development, which of course impacts the implementation. So we need to take that into account. We also take into account that e-procurement technologies are fast evolving. And so, the systems that need to be designed in a way that they can evolve, that they can change, that they could be adapted as time goes on. And of course, the new 2022 framework is linked and aligned with ADB strategy 2030 as well. And the emphasis here on that is that our strategy spoke a lot to strengthening the country systems. And so we will certainly be pushing for the increased use of EGP through enhancing those systems and also through bringing EGP very early into the discussions of projects within ADB. So we for the time being and over the past years, we have looked at EGP at the project implementation period. Now we want to begin to look at EGP when we plan the strategy for the country in the 5-year periods. Many of you are aware of the ADB country strategy process and document that is developed. So this is how we want to think of AGP, very early, as an important and integral part to the country strategy, and so therefore one that is early embedded in the country strategy, and that also would naturally lead into project design. If we're building a major road, if we're building a dam, if we're doing something related to water, and we know EGP would help us, why should we not build in funding or a component for strengthening EGP systems early on as we design the project, so that that project is built, the EGP framework around it is enhanced, and so by the time that project is ready for implementation, it starts off with being bid out through an enhanced EGP system. So this is how we want to think about it. We don't want to leave EGP for the tail end. We want to start with EGP as an important aspect within the country strategy. Next slide, please. Okay, so I will go very quickly through my next set of slides so that I'm not over time. We will, as the first goal, support and facilitate strengthening of country systems. We do want to increase the use of EGP in ADB financed operations. We want to support DMCs in removing impediments. This point 3 is important because, as I showed you in the timeline, there are some members that developed e-procurement systems many years ago, 2018, 17 years ago, and those systems are not in full use. They are not in full operations. And so we need to work with our DMCs to discover what is the impediment to full use and sort of push for that to be done. Of course, we do want to demonstrate ADB's leadership in our region of Asia and the Pacific, and of course, increase the resilience of DMCs. The point 5 is important. What we were able to do during the COVID period was significant in terms of the SaaS systems that we were able to employ to help, several countries, to procure not just untraditional projects that were ongoing, but COVID-19 materials. And we used TenderLink, and of course in the Pacific we already had some SaaS systems that were already in use. And so this, it was a stopgap, but certainly we need to be able to get DMCs more ready for those. So next slide, please. Okay, again. Right, so this will be the last slide that I present. We do have strategic outputs. Again, we want to, and I just spoke to this, institutionalizing the e-procurement in the country partnership strategy. We want to carry out more assessments. Assessments, even while they do not always lead to use of the system in bank finance operations, they actually help us to improve the systems with gaps. And so that's important. We do want to identify and adopt quick response options, as we did during COVID, identify and develop and implement strategic EGP maps. And this is important because I do want to urge those of you who feel that you need support to develop a country strategy or a roadmap for EGP for your country, to reach out to us, to send an email to Galia, to Naide, or myself, and have a conversation with us of what you would like to do, and then we can examine how ADB can help you design, envision the road that you want for improved procurement in your countries. And of course, we will be undertaking continued studies, as Galia mentioned, on various areas of e-procurement. Can you show me what my next slide is, please, so I can decide if we will, again, because and again. Resources. Galia spoke to the TAs, so I'm not going to speak to that. Go over to the next slide, please. We do have to fund all of the things that I spoke about. There is an identified budget, and we will be hoping to work to support part of that through the TAs. Next slide, please. I do want to get to one question that I have for you. What support do you need to enable you to be an EGP advocate? Because this is what we need. We need more EGP advocates. We need them from your departments, your divisions, your countries. Please let us know what we can do to help you. With that, I'm going to end. I hope I didn't go over time. Thank you very much. Let me know if you have questions.
Thank you very much, Galia and Charlene. As you can see, we have two very passionate champions here at ADB. I just wanted to read, I know that we're on to lunch, but I just wanted to ask if there were any questions on either Galia's presentation or Charlene's presentation from the floor. I just wanted to read, there's a feed from David Fernandez of the Colombian Procurement Agency, and he says that this has been a great event so far, and was asking, truly appreciate it if you can make the presentations available. So for everyone, we will be uploading all of the presentation materials in the ADB Dev Asia website. Apple should be sending you a link so that you can access all of the presentation materials after the conference. Are there any questions from the floor? Yes. This is our participant from Nepal. Bhutan, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tandin from Bhutan. And on the second presentation, I have a small clarification to seek. So maybe it's your second or third slide where you presented the countries using EGP system. If I'm not wrong, I think it is the third slide. So in that, when you said the countries using EGP, the status you presented, for Bhutan, I feel maybe it is not updated in your slide, or maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure, but just wanted to clarify on it. On the status of EGP implementation for Bhutan, I feel we have now both publication and bidding process, because we have implemented it in phase-wise, and now we are already into phase 3, which is almost complete, and we have already reached the contract management module. So for the bidding and publication, so I would like to say it is both covered.
Okay, thank you very much for making that observation. So the data that I presented is fixed in a certain period of time in the past. But I will check in on that, and we will be presenting anyway updated information in our 2022 annual report, which comes out in Q1 next year, I believe. So do not worry, we will double check on the past data as well as ensure that it's updated for next year. But certainly we do have you now marked for e-publication, but what I demonstrated spoke to the past period. Okay.
I see. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Tandin. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, I am Sham from New Delhi, India. My one simple question is that, like in ADB, we are having this CMS system for consulting procurement, and this is entirely our system, and it's very much appreciated and very foolproof system. And we are successfully using this system for selection of consultants across the projects. And last year during the COVID, we had this issue of our hurdles in procurement systems, and ADB procured e-tender, tender link system for Australia forum. And we used in India successfully, particularly for northeastern states, for procurement of works and goods and all those things. And it's good that we are supporting EGP systems of governments, our policy of ADB, e-governance kind of thing is good. But do we not think that let's have our own e-procurement system like CMS for procurement of goods and works, a parallel standby system, our own system like CMS for procurement of goods and works and consulting? That's one humble submission, and sometimes I think why we are not having that system. Am I clear?
Yes, I think it's quite clear. The question is quite clear. The answer is more complicated. You see, designing, developing, and deploying any system is actually a very large commitment in human resources, and also in financing and in operation and maintenance as well. So while I think I was known in ADB before as Miss CMS, I'm no longer actually involved in this system. However, it took a lot of time to actually do it, and it takes quite a lot of time to solve issues, etc. And as we have heard from Charlotte, there is one thing that technology is constantly evolving. And something that was great 14 years ago actually already have some aging, problems. There is a little bit of an arthritis in digital systems, and they need to move to new bionic limbs. Okay, so in some ways, software as a service, similar to TenderLink or Intent or other systems like Bonfire, there are multiple systems like this, actually provides this a possibility of moving ahead with times, you know, and having these updates that are commercially driven. The only problem is obviously that the commercially driven solution needs to meet the requirements of the government procurement. And a lot of commercially driven solutions are actually more private sector driven than the public sector driven. So I'm sorry the answer is very long and not very to the point, but practically it is more complex, and it's probably will take everyone's lunch. So I'll stop here.
Yes, Charlene.
Yes, so I want to follow on Galia's comments and ask, because, you know, when as ADB continues to improve on its systems or to evolve or to change, we also take a look at what other MDBs are doing across the world. And we have other partner MDBs that have developed their e-procurement system and mandate it for use. So any loan taken by a DMC or borrowing member country, as some of them are called, of some of the other MDBs, they are mandated, for example, the EBRD system. They must use the EBRD system. So we also considered, well, would such a thing be possible? Well, of course it's possible. And then we contemplated how far it will take us. If we develop an ADB system, having found all the resources that Galia spoke to and having it very fast learning and fast improving, what would happen to the DMC systems? We would lose an opportunity to help you to work on and improve your system. And as I mentioned during my presentation, one of the goals that our DG Riza Tang has set for us is that we must leave a lasting improvement in the DMC. The countries must be better off. Their e-procurement systems must be better off. And it cannot be only for the short-term objective of fast implementing ADB's project. We need to leave something that is lasting. And so the second part of Galia's first response is this: we want to seize this opportunity to work on improving country systems. So the other side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I faced this question many times, and when we go to EAs, so I think now I'm more equipped to reply them. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, we will take one last question. Yes, sir. Please come to the mic.
I am Makbul Gondal from Pakistan. My question is to Charlene. In fact, you have pointed out that the number of projects which use the e-government system, there is a tremendous improvement in terms of money and in terms of number of projects. My question is, did the ADP evaluate the both system, traditional system and this e-government system? What benefits in terms of transparency, efficiency and economy in the procurements were brought by the e-government system? Did you evaluate the traditional systems and the e-government systems and presented it to the countries which are not coming to the e-government system? I hope I could explain my question.
Yeah, I think I have understood you. You've referenced the increase in use of EGP. You've also referenced the fact that we have some countries who've used it and some not. And you want me to clarify whether ADB has demonstrated or shared with countries the benefits of EGP. I think we have over the years. I don't think we have one particular report, or Galia might be able to expand on that, and then I can come back in after.
Thank you. Your question mostly refers to, we obviously need to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. So it is not a good idea to compare e-government procurement of one country with paper process of another, because the country system is a country system. What is best to actually compare is comparison of a country before they had manual process and after they started introducing electronic government procurement. And practically in all the countries we have seen the increase in speed, increase of transparency, increase of civil society participation, and also increase of accountability.
Grievance system.
Practically in every country we have seen it. We have seen, for example, in Philippines, we have seen, okay, I do not know how, is it your first visit to Philippines or not, but Philippines is an archipelago of 7,007 islands. So there are 4 main island groups. And prior to introduction of Philippine government electronic procurement system, majority of the bidders would come from a specific island group. For example, either from Luzon or from Mindanao or from Visayas. They would not cross even to another archipelago, okay? So after the introduction of electronic procurement system, we have seen participation from different regions in the country. And we also have seen the number of bids actually increasing. As the number of bids increased, the prices were also compared, and we have seen some savings in the system as well. So it all depends. Like I'm sure we have multiple reports from different government procurement systems, including Georgia, in Thailand, and in Armenia, and India. Many countries have got multiple benefits that were already shown. Obviously, some of the bidders who were getting preferential treatment before and couldn't get it anymore wouldn't be very pleased. So there are some losers from the system as well, I would say. Thank you.
So I will also add, just as a follow-up to that, we do share information, and over the years we've used this network as a way to demonstrate the benefits of EGP. Over the years, many countries have presented their systems. Galia mentioned to this, and some of it impromptu, as you mentioned in one of the conferences. So we do have many opportunities for the demonstration of the strength and benefits of EGP systems. We also had a major knowledge sharing session this year for South Asia, where we were able to demonstrate, well, not just demonstrate good systems, but speak to challenges faced by some of the South Asian countries with lesser developed e-procurement systems. And together they were able to brainstorm and talk honestly about the challenges they're facing and what they could do. And perhaps the final thought I want to leave with you on this question is something, and you'll help me if I don't quote Jeff Taylor precisely, but Jeff Taylor was our director of Procurement Division 1. He's now our DDG, our Deputy Director General of Procurement, Financial Management and Portfolio. And Jeff always, he says all the time, even a moderate EGP system is better than any paper-based system. And this is a message I want to leave with you. Even a moderate EGP system is better than any paper-based system. So we keep that in mind as we do our work.
Thank you very much, Charlene. On that note, we close this session. Let's give our 2 resource persons a round of applause. Okay, for the best part of today, lunch is on. Lunch is going to be served at the executive dining room. The executive dining room is on the 2nd floor of this building. As you go out the door, you turn right and you will see a spiral staircase. Please go up the spiral staircase, and as you reach the top, it's towards the left. We hope you all have a good lunch. We'll see you back after lunch. Thank you.
So the Kyrgyz Republic as authorized body on public procurement systematically pursues a policy of development and public procurement and makes changes and additions at the legislation level to improve it. The topic of my presentation is the public procurement system in the Kyrgyz Republic and the complaints and appeals procedure. First slide.
Today, with the transition to electronic public procurement, the system of public procurement of the Kyrgyz Republic has achieved many positive results. The procurement process is conducted openly from the announcement of the tender to the signing of the contract with the winners. My presentation consists of several sections, including legislation, the functions of the department, and role of suppliers and procuring entities, and how complaints are handled. Previously, where is the third slide? Can you please go to the... Yes, third slide. As you can see on the slide, the public procurement system of the Kyrgyz Republic includes the following: the legal framework, the Department of Public Procurement under the Ministry of Finance, the web portal, the electronic catalog, the database, and the technical operator portal, procuring entities and suppliers, and civil society. We would like to note that civil society can participate in the system of public procurement as a monitor and also be a member of the Commission during the procurement process. This is an innovation in the legislation because representatives of civil society are not part of the public administration system. They have more independence in their actions, including the assessment of corrupt practices in the process of public procurement. According to the term of the United Nations, civil society is a third sector, along with the government and private enterprises. The system also includes an independent complaints and appeals commission. Can we go to the next slide, please? As you can see on the slide today, the legal framework of public procurement consists of the law of the Kyrgyz Republic on public procurement and bylaw procedure for electronic public procurement. Previously, there were 23 subordinate acts, which in turn made it difficult for procuring entities to find documents, as they were often amended. As you can see on the slide, the first law was drafted in 1997 and provided entirely paper-based procedures. The law of 2004 was amended to provide paper procedures with posting of information on the portal. Next, 2015 law provides procedures on the portal while maintaining paper procedures. It should be noted that information on contracts remains undisclosed. In the legislation, there were the following prerequisites and shortcomings for the reforms: frequent use of the direct contracting method and low level of competition in procurement procedures. Poor quality planning and execution of contracts, long term of procedures, participation in the procurement of fly-by-night companies, etc. After adoption of the terms in the legislation, the current law, the 2022, allows a full transition to electronic procurement, including the entire cycle of procurement in electronic format, from the procurement plan to the completion of the contract. This law was recently adopted and is fully compliant with international requirements. Please, next slide. The purpose of this law, the effective and economical use of public resources by regulating relations related to ensuring the functioning of the procuring entities. The implementation of procurement of the Kyrgyz Republic is based on the principles: first, optimization of public procurement processes through the creation of a unified public procurement system. Next, observance of the rights and legitimate interest of participants in public procurement. Openness, impartiality, publicity, and transparency in the implementation of public procurement. Purchase of innovative and high-tech goods, works, and services. Next. As previously noted, the Department of Public Procurement is the authorized state body for public procurement. It carries out the development and implementation of state policy in the field of public procurement. Its main function are development of regulations to improve the procurement system, coordinate and regulate the public procurement system, and advise suppliers, purchasing entities on procurement issues. Monitoring of the system in order to identify violations by procuring entities and in tenders contrary to the requirements of the law, as well as the introduction of analytics work on the basis of monitoring. Maintenance and administration of the electronic portal. Please, next slide. Next. The Public Procurement Web Portal is a state information system created by the authorized state procurement authority to ensure a transparent, accessible, and accountable public procurement process with information retention for at least 10 years. The address of the portal is www.zakupki.gov.kg. Registration on the portal for all participants, including foreign suppliers, is free of charge. The web portal is a single state platform in the Kyrgyz Republic for budget organizations to conduct public procurement. This portal was developed with the support of Asian Development Bank in 2014-2015. In the near future, it is planned to modernize the portal with the treasuries system for payments, also to add a module contract administration, which will be open and transparent to the public. Next slide. The electronic catalog www.tando.zakupki.gov.kg is analog of the online store. This electronic catalog was launched in pilot mode in September 2019 under the brand name Tandu in Kyrgyz, which means choice. The name was selected through an open competition. A mobile version is also available for suppliers. This electronic catalog was developed with the support of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. As of December 2022, Tando has registered and bid for 167 vendors, 1,616 procuring entities, and 803 contracts awarded. Next slide, please. This slide displays the database information on the portal, which includes the following sections through the use of the search tool. You can find all the necessary information on the main page through the taxpayers identification, number of procuring entities and suppliers. Also through the search you can find unreliable suppliers and information on complaints and appeals. Analytical data on tenders, procuring entities, suppliers, goods, and complaints. Next slide, please. The portal has been active since 2015, and today 4,236 procuring entities are registered on the portal, of which 4,093 are active users and 143 are inactive users. As you can see, the main functions of the procuring entity are conducting electronic procurement on the portal by creating a tender committee, formation of a procurement plan, developing tenders, documents, publication of the tender announcement, and evaluating tender offers. With the introduction of the contract administration module on the portal, it is planned that procuring entities will administer the contract electronically and publish reports on contracts. Next. Today, 30,083 suppliers, including foreign suppliers, are registered on the portal, of which 27,087 are active users and 2,996 are inactive users. Please, next. As seen on the slide, suppliers are and consultants through the web portal have the right to appeal the actions, inaction, and decision of the procuring entity if their action, inaction, or decision violate the rights and legitimate interests of that supplier or consultant in the following order. First instance, to the procuring entity, the administrative body of first instance. Second instance, to the independent commission, administrative body of the second instance. Third instance, if complaints are not satisfied in two instances, they shall be heard in the court. A complaint may be filed on the method of public procurement, on the terms and conditions of the procurement documents, on the action, inaction of the decision of procuring entity, on changing the terms of the contract at the time of signing the procurement contract. The subject matter of the appeal may not be the condition of application of bank support for contracts. If there is no longer a need to purchase goods, works, and services. Procurements made through the electronic catalog for standard goods, where the price is the only evaluation criterion. Slide 20 is about the appeal process. In accordance with the law, suppliers and consultants have the right to file a complaint on all methods of public procurement to the independent commission at any stage of procurement procedure. In this case, complaints must be filed within the statutory deadlines. For example, a complaint about the method of public procurement and terms and conditions of the procurement documentation may be filed by suppliers or consultant no later than 2 working days before the deadline submission of proposals. It should also be noted that to ensure an objective review of complaints, the government of the Kyrgyzstan establishes independent commission consisting of members of the public, experts, lawyers, and certified experts in public procurement. The independent commission is in considering complaints and appeals shall be guided by the law of the Kyrgyz Republic on public procurement and the procedure for electronic public procurement. In this case, the Secretariat of the Independent Commission is the authorized state body on public procurement complaints department, directly my department. Initially, the Independent Commission immediately notifies the procuring entity about receipt of a complaint and suspends the procurement procedure for 5 days. Then the Independent Commission considers the complaint electronically and within 3 working days makes a written reasoned decision. The procuring organization can submit and an appeal for inclusion in the base of unreliable suppliers, and the Independent Commission must consider this appeal within 10 days after receipt. Next, please. As shown on the slide, there is a certain procedure for selecting members of the Independent Commission. For the selection of members of the Independent Commission and reserve, as well as consideration of reports on the work of members, the Independent Commission, by order the Ministry of Finance of the Kyrgyz Republic, the Expert Council on Public Procurement is established in consists of representatives of the legislative and executive authorities, representatives of civil society institutions, and independent experts. The members of the Independent Commission are approved by order of the Cabinet of Ministers of the Kyrgyz Republic. Next, the department announces an open competition for inclusion in the Independent Commission and the reserve. The Expert Council conducts the selection in 2 stages. Stage 1, based on submitted documents, our short list is made. At stage 2, a personal interview is conducted with each candidate on the knowledge of the legislation of public procurement. After that, the final decision is made. In this case, the members of the Independent Commission and the reserve are approved for a period of 1 year. The Independent Commission consists of 15 people, representatives of the public, lawyers, and specialists certified in public procurement. As indicated on the slide, complaints and appeals are handled electronically through the web portal. All complaints and appeals are evenly and randomly distributed by the portal system among the members of the Independent Commission. It is important to note that the date of Independent Commission members are encrypted the portal system for all. And there is no possibility to directly address bids from suppliers and procuring entities directly to the independent commission members. Today, all complaints are handled remotely to no offline complaint meeting should be held. Only appeals for inclusion in the base of unreliable suppliers are considered offline with the participation of all parties. At the same time, members of the independent committee are personally responsible for the decision on administrative complaints or appeals. Next, the independent commission is obliged to consider the complaint within 3 days and the appeal within 10 days. During the consideration of the complaint, the appeal, the commission member prepares their individual decision in the personal cabinet on the portal. After making individual decisions, the commission members sign their decisions with digital signature, and the portal system immediately publishes the decision on the web portal, which comes into force from the time of publication. During the review, 3 members of the independent commission, represented by a procurator, a lawyer, and public member, participate. The decision is made by the chairman of the commission by a majority vote based on the individual opinion of each member of the commission in the form of a protocol on the web portal. In the members of the commission have different individual conclusions. The final decision is made by the chairman of the commission. It should be noted that the independent committee has no legal status. In this regard, the department serves as the secretariat of the independent committee, provides organizational, documentary, and technical support for the activities of the independent committee. If necessary, the independent committee can make requests to other state bodies. These requests are sent through the department. Number of reviewed complaints and refills for 2021. This slide reflects the information for 2021, since the current year is not yet complete, so the data is for 2021. Independent Commission reviewed 1,905 complaints, of which justified 439 complaints, unjustified 410 complaints. Withdrawn by provider 109 complaints. Dismissed in review 947 complaints. As you can see in the chart, most complaints were rejected by the Commission. One of the main reasons for the rejection is the wrong formation of a complaint from the supplier. In this regard, I'm going for with suppliers in the form of consultation and letters of clarification on the filing of complaints. Independent Commission reviewed 381 appeals, of which justified 85 appeals, or 22%, groundlessly 38 appeals, or 10%, rejected 258 appeals, this is 68%. The main reason for rejection is that procuring entities, according to the legislation, don't notify suppliers of inclusion in the database of unreliable suppliers, but immediately initiate the inclusion of suppliers in the database, and therefore the Commission is forced to reject such applications. In this regard, the department carries out continuous work with procuring organizations and with suppliers. Next. I would also like to note that for failure to comply with the decisions of the Independent Commission on Wallet Complaints, procuring entities bear administrative responsibility under the Code of the Kyrgyz Republic on offenses which entered into force on December 1st, 2021. The current law on public procurement gives the department the right to impose penalties on procuring entities that do not comply with the decision of the Independent Commission. It should be noted that there is a regulation which regulates the formation of the Commission. The activities of the Commission to consider cases of offenses, including the order of consideration and formation of cases of offenses and bringing offenders to account, as well as the quantitative and personal composition of the Independent Commission. Types of fines. As shown on the slide, fines are paid depending on the amount of the planned tender. For the planned amount of up to 1 million soms, 100 calculated indicator. In this case, one calculated indicator equals 100 soms. Other fines you can see on the slide. Please, next slide. Strike plans. To improve the system of penalties, we plan soon to develop and approve a list of offenses by category to which penalties will be applied. Further, we will make appropriate amendments to the contravention code, as well as to the regulation. We are planning to open a special account to accumulate funds from penalties. The goal of the planned reforms is to increase the responsibility of persons for the implementation of public procurement through the application of penalties, which will reduce corruption in procurement and increase the responsibility of the procuring entities. At the end of the presentation, it should be noted that the ongoing reform of the public procurement system in the Kyrgyz Republic provides for a complete transition to electronic procurement, simplification of procurement procedures, simplified and reduced methods of public procurement, introduced new methods of complaints and penalties aimed at improving the procurement system. In this regard, we as authorized body on public procurement will work to improve the legal framework and system to increase the welfare of Kyrgyz nation. I wish all participants fruitful work and success, and thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Aysulu, for a very, very comprehensive presentation of Kyrgyz electronic procurement system and all the regulatory framework, including selection of independent complaints review committees. I do hope that we have Chris Smith online, do we? Yes, we do. Okay, let me introduce Chris. Chris Smith is an international procurement specialist and an electronic government procurement consultant with 44 years of practical hands-on experience implementing donor-funded projects in Africa, Asia, Caucasus, and Middle East. Over the last 14 years, he has focused on supporting the adoption of electronic government procurement by providing training and business and requirements analysis for design and procurement of EGP systems. He is a passionate advocate for adopting a data-driven open contracting approach to public procurement and the use of open contracting data standards, OCDS. He's currently working on an ADB assignment supporting the digital transformation of procurement in Indonesia and advising the least developed countries group on climate change LDC initiative for effective adaptation and resilience. So over to Chris. I hope that the link will work. Thank you, Chris, for joining. It's very early, right? Chris, we can't hear you. Also,
sorry, good afternoon. I think there's my presentation is actually a recording that is going to be played now.
Okay. Can we play the presentation, please? I did suggest it to record the presentation just in case if Chris finds difficult to wake up in the middle of the night. Technical person, can we play? The joys of hybrid conferences, do you think? Dalia, we need 2 minutes. They're just fixing the sound. They're fixing the sound? Okay, maybe while they're fixing the sound and we have 2 minutes, does anyone have any questions? To Aisulu.
Complaints regimes are a mechanism under public procurement systems
Chandrakumaran from Sri
that
Lanka.
allow interested parties.
Very impressive presentation, Kyrgyzstan, because in Sri Lanka now we thought to develop the procurement law. Up to now we have only the regulations. So we plan to prepare a law. At the same time, I would like to know this, when your manual system completely changed to the electronic system at the moment, so how long you in the hybrid system, manual plus electronic, to this handling the complaint? Have you had manual system parallelly working or not? You have mandatory electronic system only, or now you are working both?
Вы сейчас на обоих системах
Am I right?
работаете или только на электронной?
So after your procurement law, whether manual system still in force or not?
Да. Okay, Aisulu will tell me the answer and I will translate it, okay?
У нас система бумажная была 2015-го. На русском? Можете говорить на русском. Наша система бумажные процедуры рассмотрения жалоб были с 2015 года по 2018 год.
The system of manual consideration was from 2015 to 2018.
С 2018 по сегодняшний день рассмотрение жалоб и обращений перешло полностью.
From 2018 until now, all the procurement complaints are only considered electronically. So prior to 2018, they had manual complaints handling.
То есть человеческий фактор никак не может вмешаться, все удаленно рассматривается, никто не знает, кто в составе комиссии.
So human factor is not a situation when it can influence, for example, who will be in a committee that will look at your complaint, because complaints are distributed randomly by the system. Usha, did you want to ask a question? Ready? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Following on from Macedo's excellent presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit more about a part of the procurement cycle which is sometimes overlooked, but where some exciting digital innovation is taking place. Public procurement complaints regimes are a mechanism under public procurement systems that allow interested parties to complain about a decision to award a contract to a supplier. At last year's APPeN conference, I delivered a short presentation about electronic procurement complaint systems. After that presentation, I was very pleased to be asked by ADB to research this subject in more detail and put a particular emphasis on how such systems are being used as a tool for transparency and improving public procurement frameworks and outcomes. Funded by ADB's technical assistance, deliverable for the assignment was to produce a full case study report to be published on ADB's website. The research methodology started with desk-based research and followed, I'd like to think appropriately, by the use of an electronic survey to gather information and data for the comparative analysis and production of the report. The countries selected were mainly ADB members, but we also included Albania, Moldova, and Ukraine, who've developed some groundbreaking innovative tools for managing complaints online. I'm pleased to say that every country that responded positively to our request gave information, and it's great to have an opportunity to share some of those findings with you today. There are, of course, various motivations for people to lodge complaints, and the impact can be significant in terms of the bureaucratic burden on the government, the private sector, the cost to the taxpayer, and very importantly, suppliers' confidence in the integrity and fairness of the procurement system. An effective complaints regime plays a significant role in supporting compliance with the laws and regulations, anti-corruption, and maintaining adherence to the principles of public procurement, such as transparency and equal treatment for all suppliers. Many countries still operate paper-based complaint systems, but this research has identified some great examples of countries developing digital tools which are also helping them to move towards truly end-to-end EGP. Of course, national frameworks cover procedures for bidders to submit complaints, and it also features in the UNCITRAL model law on public procurement. Signatories of the WTO GPA agreed to maintain complaints review procedures. And it also features in the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. So signatories to the GPA and UNCAC have international obligations, in addition to their national procurement legislation, to maintain effective complaint systems. And it's particularly important that this is done transparently. The results of the research revealed a surprising range of different features that have been developed by different countries, covering user-centered design, complaint registration, compliance, complaint case management, system integration, and data. And I'm going to talk a little bit more in detail about these now. Starting off with user-centered design. So we have a country like Albania, for example, who's actually developed an adaptive website for citizens with visual impairments, providing a means of actually interacting on the website and listening to the details of the contents on the screen. Also, user-friendly submission online of complaints, and also citizen-friendly dashboards. That is to say, the information that is being analysed and presented transparently is easy to navigate and understand for individual citizens. Going on to complaints registration. This is a critical aspect, and what we're seeing in some of the countries is that in some cases you can still maintain an offline submission system in parallel with the online system until there's a total progression towards online, that there's an ability to record that a complaint has been received, record details of who submitted the complaint, record details of the relevant procuring authority, and also, very importantly, record details of the tender, for example, the tender reference. Compliance. In some countries, they're actually using a connection between systems to enforce the standstill period between the notification of intention to award a contract and contract issue. Going on from that, we're also seeing some countries actually using systems to automatically stop the tendering process once a complaint has been submitted. There's an audit trail and history of decisions that is being collected online, which I think improves the integrity of the whole process. There's a register of those decisions that are being made by the various different bodies. And also there's, in some cases, an automatic link between the registration of the complaint and the tender or data records for that actual transaction. Going on from that, a lot of work is involved in actually managing complaints, and in some countries we're seeing the management of the complaint workflow online, and also the recording of the status of complaints, that is, are they under review, upheld or rejected. In one or two countries they're actually going as far as generating an invoice online for the complaint submission fee, and also very interestingly, they're able to respond online in terms of the investigation. So a real transformation is taking place in this area. Making use of data, of course, is incredibly important, and system integration in some cases is being done. So the information is actually being validated against business registry, tax authority, also the reuse of EGP system data and other government data, publication of the complaint in EGB system, and publication of data and documents on a transparency portal, reusing data rather than recreating it. And last but not least, of course, data and the power and potential for this data is immense if the systems that are being developed to manage complaints are digital, data-centric, and ideally based on the open contracting data standard. The potential really is that the information can be gathered from the person submitting the complaint and matched with existing data in the systems, and can be used to drive better transparency and visibility, both within government, but also outside government, for civil society and the business community to be able to understand what is going on, and also to be able to analyze it if the data is published as open data. This data can also have huge potential in terms of business intelligence to be able to give government and any independent complaints authority the ability to look at the whole picture and to be able to drill down to individual complaints, be it by supplier, by product, or by procuring entity. And this means that there is the opportunity to be able to use complaints to be able to diagnose problems within the system. And that's where the data is extremely valuable. It's also, of course, able to, at the same time, drive KPIs and the analysis of turnovers of complaints, the periods taken to manage complaints, process them, also where there are cases that are falling outside the legislation and the law, but also to drive red flags so that complaints in progress can be investigated from the point of view of, for example, corruption, if certain red flag indicators come up. And so the role of procurement data is important in a number of different areas, but by bringing in complaints management into the online sort of space, this links into efforts to monitor fairness and accountability, transparency, to fight corruption, to, as I mentioned earlier, move towards a truly end-to-end digital system, and also to analyze what is going on in the procuring entities in terms of compliance with the procurement legislation. The findings revealed that most of the countries reviewed operated electronics complaint systems, which they developed themselves along with the EGP systems. Also shown in this slide is some sample data on the volume of complaints, which provides some interesting sort of insights into the hidden bureaucratic burden created by procurement complaints that of course is even greater when such systems are only paper-based. Here's some information for the main reasons for the submission of complaints from the respondents to the survey. And I think this is very interesting in terms of being able to consider where the main hotspots are in the public procurement system that might need to be addressed. So we have the things like contract templates, which might suggest that there's a need to review the wordings to see whether they are properly being used or need to be updated. The subjects of procurement, there might be particular problems arising from the type of items that are being produced. And we see also formal mistakes, which could suggest that there's a need for training within procuring entities. So here's a quick overview of the functionality of the systems that were surveyed, which cover registration of complaints, case management, recording and publication of decisions, automating payment of complaint submission fees. And here's an analysis of the survey's response and their views on the key benefits of these electronic complaint systems. There's clearly a significant improvement in transparency, but it's also interesting to note that in some countries, the speed of processing complaints has been improved and the cost of processing them has been reduced, and in some countries, there's actually been a reduction in the number of complaints submitted, which is a very encouraging sign, I think. The full report has been published on the ADB website as a resource, which we hope will be of interest to countries considering digitizing their complaints management systems. I hope you found this presentation useful, and I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Following on from Macedo's excellent presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit more about a part of the procurement cycle, which is sometimes overlooked, but where some exciting digital innovation is taking place.
I think we are repeating
Public procurement complaints regimes are a mechanism under public procurement systems that allow interested
excellent
parties
presentation
to
by
complain
Chris.
about a decision toward a contract.
You see, Chris, it's so good that the operator decided to run it on repeat, almost like Christmas songs in the mall.
You're too kind.
Okay, so we are open to questions, and Chris is there fresh as a daisy at 6 in the morning, is it?
Yeah, 6:30 actually, yes.
Okay. Any questions to Chris? Okay, Usha?
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and a detailed, in-depth study of complaints of various countries. First, I would like to know, as you have studied for various countries, is there any data on how the complaining bidder is treated after his complaint is registered? Like, I am a bidder, I have complained, and it was found to be valid, and certain penalties, whatever was said after that. Now, when I participate in future tenders, is there any difference in my, I get rejected at the earlier stage, or am I any such study? Thank you.
Actually, that's a very good question. Thank you. So I think what's behind your question is maybe whether suppliers who actually do complain at some point are punished potentially in some way for future procurements. It's a very good question. No, we didn't actually study that information or that data. We were really looking at the scope of the systems. But I think what I can say is that what impressed me was the high level of transparency around this whole issue now. Now the systems are going online, to the extent where complaints are actually being published and the decisions are being published. I hope that will discourage procuring entities or authorities from effectively punishing suppliers for being, for complaining at some point. It's an interesting question. We didn't look at it. It's a very good question. Thank you.
Usha, I've got some remarks from Ayselou. She says that in Kyrgyzstan, the decisions of the committee, if the complaint is justified, can actually should be enforced, including enforcement through courts. So it does not necessarily answer the question, do people like complainants? But whether they like them or not, but they will need to live with a complainant if the complaint is justified.
Thank you. I have a question for Ayselou also. It was a wonderful presentation from you too. You mentioned about the penalties levied. Are the penalties paid on time? If not, what does your department do to make sure that it's paid on time? You had given various categories of penalties. Thank you.
Okay, there is 130 days within which the penalties will need to be paid. okay, if you do not pay on 131 days, your penalty doubles. Yeah, if there is a question, yeah, can you please grab the microphone?
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation, colleague from Kirk's. It's really interesting to know that you have moved into online, because Samoa is progressing into putting our system online, because we do have an independent complaints mechanism. But it's really good to see that you have a really very good system. And I think my question is mainly on some sort of clarity and clarification. I just wanted to know that if all complaints goes to the independent commission, pardon my ignorance, but I couldn't see it on your slides, but I just wanted to know if all complaints goes to the independent commission, or is there a possibility where some complaints are resolved at the procuring entities level before it goes to independent commission? And I also I saw on your slide that you provide your decision on administrative complaints. What if, in the case of the technical aspect of the procurement activity? And lastly, on penalties, do you see penalties as some sort of discouragement for bidders to bid? Thank you.
I solo have some of the answers to your questions, Sateri. So one of the answers is that in Kyrgyzstan there are 3 levels of complaints handling. The first one is in the level of the procuring authority, purchasing organization. Only if it's not resolved at that level, it goes to the independent committee. If, for example, there is a problem with independent committee resolution, they can go to the 3rd level of resolution, go to the courts. And I think penalties, штрафы только на организации, которые закупают, или также на контрактёров и консультантов? Okay, in Kyrgyzstan, penalties are only applied to the procuring organizations. So complainants do not pay penalties. Yes. Anton?
Yeah, actually, I want to a little bit need confirmation to Sulu. So the third system, or the third stage that must be followed with the complaint should be regarding with the first step, procuring entity first, and then to the second step, and the third step to the court. If there is no result for the bidders, and if they don't satisfy with the answer of the procuring entity or the IC. Is that right? And the second question, is there any distinguish?
Yes, that's correct. Your
okay,
understanding
so
is correct.
it must be followed for the first step, the second
For
step,
first,
and the
second, third, yes.
Okay. The second question is there any differences or distinguishes about the project? Or what I'm trying to say is all of the projects must be followed for the 3 stage, or you have to make differences of the projects?
Обязательно надо все пройти, или кто-то может сразу пойти в суд, например.
Thank you.
So you cannot skip the stage. So you cannot go straight to the court unless you exhausted 2 previous means that are implied in the law. first as a consideration by the procuring entity and then by independent commission.
Yeah, I just want to share. Indonesia, we are trying to make a law for the public procurement, and I'm in touch with the complaint handling also in that part, and trying to formulate for the law. We try to make distinguish or differentiate for the project. Let's say for the SMEs, we just put with the procuring entity and the IC, let's say like that. And for the big project, it can be followed with the IC.